Claire, you're on mute. You're on mute.
He would continue, but he did
There you go.
I know. I'm just logging in. I'm just getting punching all the buttons right here, John.
Okay.
Okay. Let me now go. Let me turn off the TV in the background.
How he's doing after that horrible last.
Okay, get my water. Turn off my phone.
There he is, David. So, Sharon, can you transfer control to David, please?
Hold on just a sec.
Yes, ma'am.
Here we go, David.
There he is.
Hi, Dave. Thanks.
Okay, my clock says 12:30. Let's get going. Okay.
Did you do the stream? Practice session, you already ended that.
Yeah, I just started. I never.
Okay, that's fine.
I was never in.
Okay, so item number one, Megan, did I see you there somewhere?
Yes, I am here.
And just to confirm, we are looking at the latest set of plans, is that correct?
The latest set of architectural plans, but we tried to slip in the sheets for landscape with the irrigation calculations and landscape details, and we were too late. So I've been conversing with Sharon and our planner Kathleen this morning to see if we can slip those in, but I haven't got a definitive answer.
Well, you're past the deadline, is that correct?
Yes, I've been informed of that.
Yeah, so shall we just see you in 2 weeks?
If that's possible, that would be great.
Sharon, are we good with 2 weeks?
Yes, we are.
Okay.
Megan, thank you very much. See you in a couple weeks.
Sounds great. Thank
Okay,
you.
very good.
Bye-bye.
Okay, so
Thank you, John, because I was trying to find landscape plans for all these projects. It's kind of interesting.
okay, so item number 2, Dennis, are you there? I thought I saw you logging on.
Now, John, I don't have drawings for this one.
Yeah, I talked to the planner this morning. Kevin said that he sent them over wherever over is.
Okay. I guess
It's worth it when you get to.
Sharon,
Yes.
are they in the Dropbox? Is that the deal?
What's that?
The drawings for this item. Remember I emailed you that they weren't in the Dropbox.
Yes, I'm sorry. They should be in there.
Okay. I need to download them. Do you want me to go ahead and try to do that now, John?
We owe it to every applicant to do everything we can. We've got a couple extra minutes because
Okay.
Megan is out, so
Okay.
Sorry, Dave.
That's
it
good.
was not the applicant's fault, etc. So let's just do
No,
what we
it's
can.
not his fault.
I'm just
So
looking.
Dennis, I think we can probably start a chat here. I understand that the drawings are essentially the same, except you've eliminated the exterior dormers on the main house. and eliminated any reference to a third floor. Is that correct?
That's right, John. Also, we took out a few of the windows. We had a bit too much glazing in that room,
Okay.
so we turned them into solid panels.
This is the porch room, whatever you want to call that, off to
Yeah.
the side.
I
Okay.
guess it's kind of a sunroom with a roof deck on it.
Okay, let's take a look at that.
Well, I think Dave's oh, here it is.
There it is.
Can
Okay,
you-
so
I can try to do it. Well, shoot. Sorry.
that's okay.
I'm gonna, I can try to do it from here, or I can download it, which,
You know, I think we should try it from here. It was
Okay.
There was a
All right.
little twist on this and that, but I think now that he's done some of the things he's done, so it should be fine.
okay.
So you want to just go kind of click through them, please?
Sure.
Yeah, just scroll down.
This is the one up on Coles or Cowles.
Owls, right. And there are extensive notes about the landscape boundary hedging that the owner has planted and been working with the neighbor below for several years. So they have some large plants already underway there to address that concern. The chimney details, some of our fireplace details. If you want to look at the elevations again, yeah.
David, do
that-
you want to be part of this discussion or no?
No, not unless you want me to.
No. And let's talk about landscaping. Can you, Dennis, tell us where you put those notes, please?
Sure, on the site plan, it's perimeter landscaping. Sorry, I can't remember the names of the trees, but if you zoom in,
Is it zooming in above the site plan? Is that where we're zooming into?
right on the site plan, Claire.
I don't see any notes there.
I don't
Yeah.
see any notes on the site plan. That's why I'm asking that.
Well,
Yeah,
there are notes pointing to the perimeter landscape,
So
which
just,
was the primary concern.
so David, right on the site plan.
Yeah, the problem is I'm not in, I'm trying here.
Ah.
It's not cooperating. Let me try open, yeah.
It looks to me like in the upper part, David, it says 133. Maybe you can type it right above the little colored vicinity map up on the top.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe you can type in 200 up in there. Right up at the top. No,
Yes, I see.
right there.
Mm.
Try 200, see what happens.
No, it
No, it
disappeared.
didn't like that.
No, I can download this. No.
I would, while we're going through this, I'm just going to mention that I had an a terrible time getting through or downloading or doing whatever with this time with Box. There's some things that I have, unfortunately, one of them was with a site visit. I never could open his plans.
Okay.
So I don't know
Can you
whether
read
this
that,
is
John?
something that the planners are doing or is behind the scene that Box, something is off because it's a nightmare. Yeah.
Okay, so can you read this, Claire? On the
Can I
screen?
read this?
The
Well,
notes.
the notes, you mean the notes on the side, which says existing vegetation? and then it-
Existing Leland cypress currently 5 to 9 feet tall.
Yeah, I was just going up to that one. There's two notes there. So that's what we're saying is going to. Okay, well, I don't have any problem with the plant material.
It's a double row that goes around two property lines. Then on the eastern line, there's a single row. And then,
Ficus.
yeah, ficus and cypress. So the double row was installed in response to the neighbor's concern. And I assume they are going to continue to grow, Claire, eh?
Yeah. We hope. Maybe if the heavens would give us some support here.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Water.
Claire, I'm good with this
No,
project.
I'm actually good with this. I was good with the project all the way through. I mean, you know.
Okay, so we will recommend for both preliminary and final, and to that end, county council requires that we ask, is there anybody that would like to address the consent calendar personnel on item C2, 636 Cowles Road or Coles Road? Anybody, please?
Oh, in here, John, thank you. I haven't received any.
Okay, so Dennis, we'll ask that same question at the main meeting, but they said you can do preliminary on final, preliminary on consent if and only if you ask during the consent calendar. So, but we got you here rather than the full board. So if you want, probably about 20 minutes in, we'll get to the consent calendar. It may be a little earlier than that, but so far we have 100% concurrence. So thank you, nice to see you.
Thank you, everybody.
Okay, item C3, 595 Picacho Lane.
John, is it the correct call out for C1 is it's continued?
It will be, but not, we don't have to do that here.
Oh, got it. Okay, okay.
Okay,
No,
so-
I just make these notes going through. Okay.
Okay, so Dale, are you here or is somebody else here?
Two people have raised their hand, John.
Okay, well, let's get them to,
Three
Sharon,
people.
can you do something? I don't have any control at all. Sharon?
Oh, we're Sharon.
John, it takes a
Hello.
second to unmute.
Hello. Hi.
Okay.
Can anyone hear me?
Hear me? This is Dale.
Okay.
Okay, so thank you, Dale.
Hi,
so-
Billy's on the phone too. Sorry, we had trouble getting on with this particular link.
Okay,
Wait.
so let me read the MBAR comments. Design acceptable. Two members requested that the applicant restudy the siding. So what has happened since we saw you last time, please?
Okay, if you look on sheet A 10,
Do you happen to know the PDF number?
What's on the sheet? I can look for it if you tell me.
yes, A10.
Just keep going.
Okay, 810. Okay.
There you go. Thank you, Dale. What's up now?
Okay, what we
Yep.
did on the plans, if you look at if you slide up just, there it is, on the north elevation. On the north elevation, second floor, there's a window on the second floor right in there. Yes, we took the siding that runs along the west face, returned it to the north elevation and created a box out around that window, which is stucco. And so the siding comes in and dies in the inside corner. Then we have a stucco window box, if you wish.
Right,
And then the stucco returns and goes along the east side of the building.
okay. And
And it's the same at the wall below, at the first floor portion. The siding runs along the west and comes into another box out right there. Those are the only two conditions where this situation arose. And we did that by protruding a box out of 8.5 inches, or
And
excuse me,
David,
8 inches.
David, I would like to request your participation in this, please. What do you think?
I think it's acceptable. I don't.
They're
Yeah,
both on the very back side of the house.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think
for
it's.
that reason, yeah, it's not my preferred choice, but I don't think that it's worthy of denying the project. Yeah.
Okay, and I agree with that. Claire, did you have any comments about this project, please?
No, I don't have any any comments on this
Okay,
project.
is there anybody attending this Zoom meeting that would like to address the board on item C3, 595 Picacho Lane, please?
Nobody has their hand up for this, and I didn't receive anything, John.
Okay, very good. So I will recommend approval to the full board. And David, thank you for your input.
John, do we
Yes.
know if there was any landscape plan, or was it just to be at, just the house that was I mean, because that, I
No,
didn't see one.
there is no landscape plan. The landscape's pretty beautiful the way it is. We're just
I'm on
keeping it.
consent.
Oh, so there's no change to the existing landscape, in other words?
No.
Okay,
Very-
I'll ask Sharon to send it right now.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are you okay there, Claire?
Yes, he's explained to me that there's no change in the existing landscaping, which is pretty lush and, works.
Okay, Sharon, for
Yeah,
some reason, Elida did not get a link to today's meeting. Could you send her one, please?
sure. While you're doing this last consent, I'll go check it out.
Thank you. Dave, I know you know this, but being chairman is quite a deal.
Oh, yeah. No,
It
I
comes
totally
from-
appreciate what you're doing, John, more than you know.
It comes from all directions. Okay, item C4, please. So we are,
John, pardon me. This is Billy from 595 Picacho. We're done?
not quite. It's
Okay.
a formality, but it needs to be approved by the full board.
Okay.
Okay, they have never denied what Claire and I have recommended, but there's always a first time. So,
Well, hopefully not this time. But we'll hear then from Sharon or from Willow later.
you can stay on for 15 minutes and we'll take care of it 15, 20 minutes from now.
Terrific. Thank you. I will mute.
Okay, thank you. Okay, item C4, 1127 Delzura. Okay, we have minutes, good project, no action taken because it was on for conceptual. We're on for preliminary and final today. Jamie, are you here today, please?
I'm here, Dee Dee Watkins.
Excuse me, Dee Dee Watkins, thank you.
Okay.
So, Claire, did you get a chance to look at this, please?
Yeah, yes, I did, and I think it's absolutely completely approvable, and thank you for all the work that the applicant and applicant's team did, because I noticed that we kind of, for such a little project, we actually worked hard on it, but now it's ready for me to go.
Okay, so David, can you go to PDF page 6, please? There's a light fixture in the upper right-hand corner. I could not figure out where that thing was.
That is to the left and right of the new entry on the portico. There are existing sconces, so those will go there and replace what was already there. But we'll replace them with the night sky compliant.
Okay, because it did not look to me like it was night sky compliant.
Yeah, I really dug in on that to find something sort of clean lines, etc. Oh, it does not zoom well, does it?
Well, we see night sky compliant fixtures, but you want it to look like that, right?
Yes, basically very simple and clean.
Okay,
But
so
It is the light bulb up inside, or is
It
it?
is. It's
Oh, it is.
concealed
It's up inside the flat
In-
round at the
in the
top.
cap. Yeah.
Okay.
they normally say night sky compliant when they do that. I don't see that on here.
What is to the, hold on, I'll look at my plans real quick.
Oh, here it is, John.
To the
I
left?
found it. Right here.
Oh, dark sky compliant.
Okay,
Yes.
very good. So
Sorry,
you-
it's bitmap.
That's right
That's
there.
okay. So you want that fixture, right?
That fixture was the least offensive that I found. And yes, that is the fixture that the client liked.
Okay, very good. So again, it's on for preliminary, so I need to ask, is there anybody attending this Zoom meeting that would like to address the consent calendar personnel on item C4, 1127 Delzura, please? Anybody? Okay, so hearing none, I'll close that. So Dee Dee, we will recommend approval. As you've heard me say, there's always a first time, but it's, you know, if you want to stay on for 15 or 20 minutes, you can see our vote.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you so much, John.
And
Thanks,
thank you
Claire.
now. Okay, so we will put ourselves on mute probably for about another 12 or 13 minutes, and we'll pick it back up at the full board. Okay, my clock says 1 o'clock. I'm ready to get going. How are we doing with board members, quorum, staff, etc., please? Can people
I
chime
see
in?
Dawn, I see Claire, I see Elida, I see Kimberly, and Tip,
And Dave, of course.
and Dave.
There we go.
Okay, so we have a quorum.
And Don.
And Don, welcome, Don.
Thank you.
Okay, and welcome everybody else. Just so Don doesn't feel singled out there.
Okay, sorry,
Okay.
I'm a little excited.
Item number 1, public comment. Would anybody like to address the board on an item that is not on today's agenda, please?
I didn't receive anything, John, and I don't see any hands up.
Okay, very good. So thank you. Reconsider the circumstances of the COVID-19. I would move to continue all virtual since we have no pathway to go hybrid yet.
John, if I
Yes.
could interject,
Yes, please.
there is a pathway. ASPAR has gone back to in-person meetings. There is a pathway to doing hybrid, but there are some considerations for hybrid that you would want to take into account before you made that decision. To be consistent with Brown Act requirements of the current state ordinance and regulations, if you choose to be virtual, your location would need to be disclosed, and you would need to technically be open that the public could come and be there with you.
Okay, we can have up to 3 people in a subcommittee go and chat with Kimberly or whomever down at the county. I'd like to be one of the 3 to find out what the real options are. Shall I do that alone, or are there other interested parties, no more than a total of 3, to go down there, please?
John, I would like to be included on that because I actually am very much in favor of going back in,
Okay.
getting
So-
off of Zoom. I'm having, real issues with Zooming, so.
Okay, so that's 2. Is there anybody else that wants to come, or just the 2 of us, please?
I'll decline, but I will say that the other boards, I think, Kimberly, maybe you can tell me, is SBAR meeting in person now? And I think maybe the city is talking about doing it too. I'm not certain now.
Yes, SBAR is meeting in person now, and they do have their, the SBAR members, excuse me, are the county building meeting in person, but the virtual world is open and available to the public. So they can either come to the meeting, come to the county, meet, or they can attend virtually.
Okay, what I'd like to do is to go down there with Claire and meet with Kimberly next week or the beginning of the week after, gather all of the information we possibly can, then report back to the board and have the board to decide what it wants to do. How's that sound, everybody?
Very good.
Good.
Is that okay with you, Kimberly?
Absolutely. I'll ask
Okay.
David Villalobos to attend with us because he's got more information than I do.
Excellent. So my motion will be, we will continue for 1 more month until we sort out the proper direction for this board.
Sounds
Is
good.
there a second to that, please?
I'll second that.
Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. And so Kimberly, could you work with David and send out an email to Claire and I, and we'll work out a time sometime?
I can do that. Bill, did you want to be part of the subcommittee as well?
He declined.
He declined.
I'll trust John and Claire. I don't need
I will
any-
send an email to John and Claire suggesting a meeting date and time.
If you need
Okay,
me, I
excellent.
can, but I don't think you do.
Agenda status report, item number Roman numeral 2. Anything changes?
Not for me, thank you.
Item number 3, minutes. Okay, minutes of March 24th. Does anybody have any comments, please? Okay, so I will make a few up at the very top. Sam Maphis is no longer with us.
Oh, you know what? I made that change. I don't know why that is. Thank you.
Well, it's on the one that I have, so.
Thank you.
Okay, and under committee members present, I know I have a dynamic personality, but I'm on there twice. I don't think I'm that dynamic.
You have a clone.
Nor is Elida on there, so she's a great member. I'd like to get her name on there. Okay, item C1. Under the action, at the very last line, there's a comment number 2. It seems small, but I'd like to change. Switch the word details and add, so it would say add details, not added details, but add details requiring standard, and then slope is misspelled. Okay, item number 5, please. Comment number 1. I think we said more than this. This is that project that Appleton brought in that had an FAR of, I think it was 200 or something, you know, very large. It says provide FAR study. What I think we did not, what we did say, and is not on here, is FAR very large, and therefore project might not be approvable. Does everybody agree with that?
Yes.
Yes.
So are we adding that? We're leaving provide FAR
Yes.
study, but we're just adding, and okay, fine, that's fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Item number 8.
Make a copy.
Okay, so this is the project that we had a site visit on last time. It says no action taken. I would like to add an additional comment, number 5, I guess. MBAR concerned about the proximity of the building to Butterfly Lane, comma, which is inconsistent with the neighborhood.
Did we say that at the meeting?
I think so. If we did not, we should not include it.
No,
And I thought-
that's why I'm asking, because I don't remember.
Does anybody else remember?
I remember, John, you're saying you were very concerned about that.
Yeah, well, if it was said at the meeting, it gets to be in there. I thought that was, anyway. So yes, do you need that read again, or are you good, Kimberly or Sharon?
Do you mind reading it one more time? Thank you.
MBAR, that's fine. MBAR concerned about the proximity of the building to Butterfly Lane, comma, which is inconsistent with the neighborhood.
Thank you.
Yeah.
John, also, I recused myself on that project.
Ah, excellent. So let's get that in there. And that is all I have. Anybody else? I'd like to make a motion for approval of the March 24th minutes as amended.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Wolf abstains. I was
Wolf
absent.
abstains. Roman numeral number 4, Montecito consent agenda. Item C1, plans were incomplete. So I'd like to, since it's on for an action, I would like to move to continue this item to the next consent calendar.
That will be the 21st. Thanks, John.
Yeah. And is there a second, please?
I'll second it.
Any discussion, please? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Anybody opposed? Okay. Item C2, just trying to be complete. Item C2, 636 Kells Road. This is the project Dennis Thompson came through that had the attic dormers and things which he removed. And we discussed that and discussed the perimeter landscaping. And as a result of that, Claire and I would like to recommend approval for both preliminary and final. And to that end, I will move for preliminary final as submitted. Is there a second? Is
Yeah, I'll second that.
there any discussion on that, please? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Oh, is there anybody attending the Zoom meeting that would like to address the board on item C2, 636, Cowles Road or Coles Road, depending on who you are? Anybody? Okay, so
Don't have anybody here. Thanks, John.
got that a little out of order. I apologize, everybody. Okay, item C3, 595 Picacho Lane. This is the project that has been brought through that has the siding that terminated at the corner. And I actually asked Dave to jump in on this for another architectural EYE, and he and I both agree that it is an acceptable solution. And does anybody have any comments about that? What he did was he did a pop out and then took the siding back into the building. Any comments, please? Okay, it is on for preliminary, which requires us to ask, is there anybody attending this meeting that would like to address the board on item C3, 595 Picacho Lane?
There's
Okay,
no here. Thank you, John.
I will move for preliminary and final as submitted. Is there a second, please?
Second, I'll second that.
Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay, item C4 was the project that had a double driveway, and they finally said, okay, we're just going to do the front portico. They submitted the drawings. We took a look at the light fixture just to make sure it was night sky compliant, and it was. So before I make a motion, is there anybody that would like to address the board on item C4, 112700, please?
Nobody's here for that, John.
Okay, very good. I will move for preliminary and final as submitted. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Is there any further discussion, please? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Members' informational briefing. Anybody do anything, go anywhere?
No.
Nope.
Okay, this is where I have asked the board whether or not they want to take a 5-minute break after item 5. Do we want to keep that going?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, excellent. So after item 5, item 6 is the first site visit we did today. So
Yes, let's go have a drink after
yeah,
5.
well, maybe we ought to make it after 6. Okay, item number, okay. Okay, anything else? Members' informational briefing? Okay.
John, I'm going to recuse myself from item 2.
2?
Yes.
Okay. Anybody else on any? I know Dave's out on 1 and 8. Anybody else?
No.
Tip, are you in on everything?
I think so.
Okay, good. Okay, staff update, please. Anything?
I don't
Kimberly?
know.
No, Steph,
Thank you.
nothing for me either, thanks.
Okay, standard agenda, conceptual review. Item number 1, 1815 Fernald Point. This is a project from Dave Mendro's office, so he's going to be controlling the drawings but not participating in any way. So who is here to present that project, please?
Hello.
Go ahead, Haley.
Hi, good afternoon, Chair Watson and members of the board. I'm Haley Kolosecki with Suzanne Elledge Planning and Permitting Services, and I'm joined today by our architect team. Mary, do you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, this is Mary Androlitis with NMA Architects, and Alex Larson from my office is also in attendance.
Okay.
Great, thank you. And before I pass the baton over to Mary and Alex, I'd just like to briefly introduce the project. So we're here before you today for the first time for conceptual review. We have an exterior and interior remodel to an existing residence. As you mentioned, it's at 1815 Fernald Point Lane. And the project also includes the new balcony, clear story entryway, and the removal of a 3-story chimney. No new habitable square footage, no landscaping, and no grading is proposed. And I also wanted to give a little bit of background information about this site. Because the existing residence is sited within the front yard setback. We're not proposing any development that would further encroach. The footprint is not expanding into the setback. However, the proposed clear story is about 3 feet higher than the existing covered entryway that's there today. So while what we're proposing complies with the height limit, I wanted to let you guys know that this is an issue that we're actively working on with planning staff, given the non-conforming status. And while we haven't quite identified the permit path forward for this one aspect of the project, we may need a variance, or we may come back to your board with a redesign of this aspect. We would appreciate your board's feedback on the clear story today when Mary and Alex pull up those elevations, so that we can have your feedback and see if there would be potentially support for this design. So Mary and Alex.
Okay. I'll start with the page that we're on here. The square footages are identified there. If it wasn't clear with Haley's summary, we are not proposing any additional square footage at all. The footprint does not change. With the exception, you'll notice there's a 63 square foot reduction. That is due to the removal of a 3-story stacked fireplace element, a chimney, that I'll point out when we get to the elevations and plan. Also on the front sheet is the FAR calculation. Existing is 214%, so it reduces 1% to 213%. Again, we're not proposing any addition in the footprint in the square footage. Dave, could you go to page 3? This is a neighborhood aerial that gives you the context information. So this property is at the east end of Fernald Point Lane within the gated section, and the third home from the end. I'll also point out the proximity to both the railroad and the 101 freeway. We could go to the next page. I have 2 pages of existing site photos. All of these photographs are taken from the street as approaching the property and past it. That one entry element that we are modifying and increasing in height, I'll point out, shows up in a couple of these photographs. It's that sort of low gabled structure. It has a couple of Doric columns that support it. Also, this elevation of the existing, you'll notice, is lacking any windows, and that's due to the proximity again to the railroad and freeway. The next page are the photographs of the existing residence from the ocean side at a distance and up close. Existing home is shingled siding and low slope membrane roof. I will point out in that photograph number 7 in the upper right, that is the 3-story stone chimney element that we are proposing to remove. You could go to the next page, please. This is the site plan, and this is where you can see the sort of the square center of the north side of the structure. That is the entry roof that we are proposing to pop up, and you can see that it sits within that 20-foot front yard setback. Again, no change in the footprint. There is a small site section just below the site plan, if you could scroll down. I do have a larger building section. This is cut right through that entry element and depicts how it still complies with the max height. Next page, please. So the next 3 pages are existing floor plans. This is the 3rd floor, so the ground level at the street. It is the entry. Again, you can see those columns out front and the smallest entry with the powder room. The main living spaces in the center with that fireplace that we're proposing to remove. The kitchen off to the lower left. And on the lower right is an existing exterior deck. Next page. 2nd floor, so this is the middle floor plan, is 5 bedrooms. There's an oversized master suite sort of in the middle where that fireplace is again. And on the far right is a large kids bedroom that can only be accessed through the master. So there were some planning challenges to deal with on this floor. Next page. And then the ground floor at the ocean there's a small bedroom suite in the lower left, primarily utility, storage, and recreational uses on this level that all have access directly to the exterior decks. And there's a small outdoor kitchen tucked in the corner of one of the decks, a spa, and a fire pit, all existing. Next page. This is the proposed 1st floor. We've reconfigured a few things. We've relocated the kitchen from the lower left to the upper right of the main living space, created more of a great room. The changes you'll be interested in on the exterior are that entry. We have enlarged it slightly and pushed it into the great room space, and also removed that gabled sort of dark outdoor piece and instead replaced that with an open trellis. The north side of this floor is a little dark, and expanding that entry, raising the roof and adding clear stories. You can see in the upper right hand of this sheet, there is a raised entry plan. We're proposing windows on all 4 sides of that entry piece. So introducing a lot more light into the north side of that great room. There is also shown here an existing row in the lower right-hand corner, an existing row of roof skylights that pop up above the roof line at that corner in the existing kitchen. We're proposing to remove those as well. There's a heat gain problem in that area. And then the other new component here is a new balcony on the south side, the dark shaded area. We've removed the existing fireplace, as I noted, and as a result, there is a bit of seismic retrofit work. So either side of the sliding doors that access that new balcony will accommodate a steel frame that runs from the upper floor all the way down to some new caissons at the ground level. So we've required to have a bit of wall either side there. And then again, that's a new balcony. Next page. At the 2nd floor, a reconfiguration, like I mentioned, of the bedrooms. There are still 5 bedrooms. We've relocated the master to the far right and incorporated an additional bathroom so that one of the 5 bedrooms would have another ensuite bathroom. There's an existing spiral stair from the lower level to this mid-level that we will replace and will now connect this master suite to an exercise room below. In addition, there's an existing balcony at this level that we are extending in either direction so that it spans left to right in that recess. And I think that's about it on that floor. If you could go to the 1st floor. Not a lot of changes internally on this floor. It remains recreational uses. That bedroom suite remains and the utility spaces. We've removed that chimney again, that fireplace, and expanded the access to the outdoor decks as much as we could there while still maintaining that steel moment frame I mentioned that carries all the way down. And then there will be a little work proposed on the outdoor kitchen just to update it, replacing the countertop and some of the fixtures and appliances. And we are also proposing to incorporate 3 retractable awnings. You can see those dotted in, yes, over the deck area because again, the sun exposure is quite a problem on that elevation. So that's intended to help us deal with that. Next page. The roof plan, and this again is where you can see that the changes we're proposing to the entry. There's the pyramid shaped roof that pops up. Again, we're removing that full coverage over the exterior portion of the entry and opening it up with a more traditional flat open trellis, just a little bit of coverage at the door, a front door. There are 2 new large skylights proposed in the relocated kitchen in the upper right-hand corner of the plan. And then we're proposing to remove those skylights in the lower left, as I pointed out on the floor plan, and also extend to the right that roof line so that we have a continuous eave along that elevation. So those shaded portions of the roof on the left, that's where we're removing the skylights. That is not new roof, just sort of that L-shaped portion right in the middle. We're proposing to fill that in over those balconies. Next page. This is the north elevation. Existing is at the top. Proposed is below it. We are proposing to replace that existing shingled siding with a combination of horizontal siding on the top 2 floors and board and bat, vertical board and bat on the lowest level. This is also, again, where you can see that change to the front entry, introduction of the higher clear story windows. We're also incorporating more glass in the side lights, again, in an attempt to get a little more light in that great room from the north side. The garage doors are proposed to be horizontal to match the siding. Next page. This is the east elevation, existing at the top, proposed below. Again, you can see the siding changes, the entry element sort of in the background. The main change here is at the mid-level where we've relocated the master bedroom to this side. We have removed those full height windows in the master bedroom due to privacy. Next page. This is that south facing elevation facing the ocean. The biggest change here you can see is the removal of that 3-story stone fireplace chimney. We are attempting to simplify the windows, provide more larger fixed view windows and just fewer repetitive smaller windows. You can see those, the new balcony at the top level, the expanded balcony right directly below it. Those railings are brass frames with cabling. We are proposing to keep a glass railing at that upper deck on the top right floor. We've also added some decorative shutters and those retractable awnings again down on the ground level. And here again is where you can see that we simplified that eave of the roof line at the top. We've eliminated the skylights and filled in that gap in the roof line. Next page. West elevation, same siding changes, railing and entry beyond. Next page. Building sections, I think the one of interest is probably section B at the bottom. Again, this is where we've cut it through the proposed entry change. That does still comply with the height, as Haley pointed out. You can see the existing roof dotted in behind it. Let's see. You can also see that new deck and the extension of the roof line on the top 3rd floor.
Done there, Mary?
Yep, last thing would be page 21. I will point out these are developed beyond conceptual because initially we were told by county that this property was governed by the Coastal Commission and that our CDP would be processed directly with them. We prepared more than typically necessary for that initial submittal because it's the Coastal Commission, and they in turn had some more accurate mapping that indicated we weren't actually in the overlay, and they shot us back to the county. So anyway, so for that reason, I will show you that we've chosen dark sky compliant decorative lanterns just to replace existing lighting locations, added a little bit of sort of utilitarian safety lighting in other areas. And then the rest is, the rest is just structural and mechanical.
Okay, questions, please. Bill?
No, I don't think I have any questions.
Elida?
Were there going to be any changes to the surrounding landscaping?
No.
No, there isn't
No.
any.
There was very little, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Don?
Yes, have you chosen a color palette?
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, there is a materials, color materials. Sorry, thank you for reminding me that we submitted. It's a white on white, and the two whites chosen for the siding and trim are an LRV 77. We're replacing the membrane roofing with a gray. It was a separate file, Dave.
Yeah, I don't see it.
The door, all new doors and windows, those are proposed to be a dark, it's called ebony, basically a black wood or aluminum clad wood window system, window and door system, copper gutters and downspouts. Shutters painted a blue, front door also painted blue.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Claire?
I just had a couple of questions about the lighting. And actually, right where you are, Dave, is good for me. So the third floor exterior lighting plan, and then we've got this deck, and then we've got a string of lights that are they hanging from the deck? What, I don't quite understand.
No, those are step lights to light the stairs down around the side, existing stairs.
Oh, got
For
it.
safety. Mhm.
Okay. So those, and which fixture are those?
Down below, fixture C, correct.
Got it. Perfect.
Hooded. Mhm.
That was my question.
Great.
Tip?
Yep.
No questions. Thank you.
And I have a question. South elevation, please. To my eye, the existing south elevation has more order in it than the proposed. Could you comment on that, please?
Yeah, it's in an attempt. The difference would be that moment frame that needs to carry top to bottom. If you look at the sliding doors on the top floor, that moment frame is either side of those doors. So we have to have the break there. And in other areas, we're just trying to maximize views. Rooms aren't necessarily stacked, if you know what I mean. The walls don't necessarily align above and below. And we are trying to reuse some existing openings as well.
Okay. Is there anybody in the audience attending this meeting that would like to address the board on item number 1815 Fernald Point, please?
John, I haven't received anything and there are no hands up.
Okay, excellent. I'll close public comment.
John, I do have one question.
Okay,
Sorry.
Excellent. Please, Bill.
On the E-sheet there, Dave, the E 1.0, I think it was the one we were looking at.
21.
Those light fixtures, can you explain on the balcony there? It looks like you're showing some kind of a directional light.
Yes.
sitting underneath the deck above and shining down, or how does
That is correct. It's attached to the underside of the balcony above, and it's that more utilitarian small fixture in the center, the red highlighted.
And so your decks are open rain through kind of decking? Like
Yes,
or something
yes.
like that. Okay. And these are mounted up inside the bay.
Correct.
Okay, got it. All right. Thank you. That was it.
Okay, well, Bill, you were the first to ask questions, the last to ask questions, so let's get you the first to make comments, please.
Okay, my comments are, go to the elevations there, that rear elevation, if you would, too. I think I'm kind of leaning the rear, go to the back elevation, showed the new and the, there you go. I appreciate all the work you're doing. I like the siding. I think that's great. I don't have any issue with the clear story. I'm assuming, the freeway and the railroad tracks are the only things that are really going to be obstructing, or the view will be obstructed by this clear story, if anything at all. The residents on the other side of the freeway probably can't see this, I would imagine. But on this south elevation, I'm not sure that the shutters are doing any good there. And along maybe with John's note, I think there's maybe a little less order, and maybe by taking those windows that are operable casements with the awnings below and maybe making that a unit that you carry through, and then make, if you can do it for egress and whatnot, that maybe that might be a way to kind of unify that elevation a little better, because it seems like it's a little bit random ordering of things, and alignments aren't quite as clean as the existing is. And I appreciate you making the changes to the interior, so I think I'm willing to work with you in terms of the positions, but I think you need to maybe study that a little bit more. And again, I'm not convinced the shutters are really adding any aesthetic to this. So anyway, those are my comments. Thank you.
Elida?
No comment.
Don?
Well, I really have no additional comments to make. I think it's a well thought out solution. Thank you.
Claire?
I agree with John. I think that NMA architects have done a really good job, and they've done a lot of work with the applicant, and this is probably what the applicant and they have come up with. And I think given where it is, it's a second one. I mean, it's the public isn't going to see this building. Let's take out a nice boat out there. And so for me, I think it's a well-conceived project, and I would like to move it forward to preliminary and final.
If I could interject, it would be helpful to us to get feedback on that entry element.
Oh.
For planning, just to kind of interject that again.
Okay. Well, I think that the extension of that, or whatever we call that, I like the new entry. Or, I think that looks just fine.
Chip?
I don't have any more further comment to add, and I think the renovation the scope is acceptable in my opinion. Thank you.
Okay, so Chip, we had Bill saying perhaps more order. We had Claire saying all is good. Do you want to join? I think we had Don say all is good. Did you have a comment one way or the other on the south elevation, please?
On the south, you mean this one right here?
What we're looking at.
Yeah.
No, I'm fine with the modification. I think I'm glad that we took the chimney out, so that's definitely a plus, and I don't have problem with the shutter one way or the other.
Okay, and I am going to be a part of the minority. I agree with Bill. I think that this, it could have more order. I don't think it needs shutters. And I think that the entry element is just fine. So we do not have a motion because it is on for concept only.
Mr. Chair.
That's why I'm proposing that when it when it returns, it comes to get agendized for preliminary.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, if I could ask a question and make a comment based on the answer. Mary, did the clear story need a modification because of the increase in height?
I think, well, actually, Haley, do you want to speak to that?
So this project, because of the setback in the front yard, is not eligible for a modification. So likely it would be a variance, which we would discuss with our client and planning. We don't have a definitive permit path at this time, so we're still working that out.
Okay, thank you. I was going to request that the board specifically address the modification findings if it was a modification. Thanks for the clarity.
Right, thank you.
Okay,
Well,
so
if this project does, Kimberly, if this project is if it's going to have a variance, it's going to have, because it's in the code, it's going to have to go to the planning commission, correct?
It goes to the Montecito Planning Commission. It's just that modifications have specific BAR findings. Variances don't require specific BAR findings. It just requires your input and agreement.
Okay. Well, I still think that this needs to be moved on to, to preliminary. We've dealt with the size. We're clearly not going to do anything with size, bulk, and scale because it is what it is. And that's what we do at Conceptual. And, is this compatible with the neighborhood? Well, probably so. It's been there a long time. And so it's still compatible with the neighborhood, whether they change the windows or not. So I think it's ready to move to preliminary. There's no issue not to.
noted. Okay, so thank you very much. Good luck with everything. We'll see you back here.
Great, thank you, everyone.
Okay, thank you. And it should be noted that Dave Mendro recused himself from the discussion, please. Item number 2, Don is out, Don Sharp. 560 Hot Springs Road. Is Chris Ballinger here, please? Or somebody else to represent item number 2?
John, are you saying that Don Sharp is stepping down? Is that correct?
He asked to step down on this one.
Oh, okay.
So Chris Ballinger or someone else representing 560 Hot Springs Road, please. Raise your hand.
John, I don't see them in the others on the other side as either.
Okay, so let's trail this till a later, maybe 1 or 2 items. If you see them pop in, let us know.
Thank you.
So let's go on to item number 3, please. 150 Santa Elena Lane. Adele, are you there, please? Adele? Boy, it's going to be a short meeting.
I see her there, but no.
Adele?
Fine.
There you go.
Way.
Sorry about that. Didn't need to unmute that.
Okay, very good, Adele. So item number 3, please present your project.
Yeah, this is a really simple project. It would be, I guess, up to the board. If you want, we can go page by page or sheet by sheet as it was submitted to planning and development, but I can just tell you a very brief summary. This is in the Montecito Oaks area. It was originally constructed in 1955. There was a small addition in 1993 and another addition in 1999. The rear of this property backs up into Montecito Creek. It's also in the coastal appeals jurisdiction, and it's in the flood hazard overlay. There was no damage to the house or the property at the mudslides. But what we're proposing is there is a small bedroom at the southwest corner of the existing residence. And currently that bathroom is served by, or that bedroom is served by a bathroom off of the family room. So what we're proposing is an addition of 109.25 square feet. And it's to provide an ensuite bathroom and a small closet. All the materials, details, and colors will match the existing residence. The existing residence is a mix of board and bat and plaster with asphalt shingle roofing. We are not proposing any exterior lighting, and there is no grading involved. Believe the
Dave,
reason
can you
we're
just
here is
click
we're
through while she's talking, just click through the drawing, please. Go ahead, Adele.
Yes, I think what what we're hoping to get today is positive comments from the board, as this will go to the decision maker for our little addition.
So can you, oh, never mind.
It's right there.
Oh, we do. Are we in question or what?
Not quite yet. Dave's just still going through, and I think we can all figure out where it is.
This is the last sheet, John.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Adele, are you done?
Yes.
Claire, questions?
Can I see the location of this proposed little building against the photographs that were at the beginning of the presentation? Where this is going to exist on those photographs? Okay, Adele, you're going to have to.
Number 4.
Yeah, see, if you look, number 4 shows the west elevation, and then number 5, the next, number 5, so the addition will go to the right of the house. So this one says area of addition. There, you can see it a little bit better.
Right, so it's right where that bush is then?
Yes.
Okay, that was my question.
Is that it, Claire?
Yep.
Tip, please.
No questions.
David.
No questions, John.
Don.
No questions.
Bill.
Nothing.
Elida.
No questions.
And I have none. Is there anybody attending this Zoom meeting that would like to address the board on item number 3, 150 Santa Elena Lane, please?
John, I didn't receive anything and nobody has their hand up.
Excellent. Thank you, Sharon. Okay, comments. I'd like to just sort of start saying that I think this should go preliminary, final, and consent. But Claire, your comments?
Let's move it to preliminary, final, on consent.
Anybody have anything other than that, please?
No.
Okay, there is no motion because it's on for concept only. So Adele, Claire and I will see you on the consent calendar.
Perfect.
Okay, so we skipped item number 2. Is there anybody here that is on for item number 2, please? Anybody?
Chris Bellinger.
Okay, let's go to item number 4, please.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Adele. Number 4, 1180 High Road. Jason Carter. Anybody else here for item number 4, please?
Let's see. Frederick Porter, hold on.
He is a neighbor, or I think he's a neighbor. He wrote in a letter.
That's correct.
Right. Okay, well, I don't see.
Mike Hines,
yes.
the owner.
Would you like me to speak up now?
Yes, please. You're on.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, we're a neighbor. We sent a note in. I'd just like to make those points that we moved here a few years ago from Los Angeles County. And we sought the semi-rural residential neighborhoods. We live next door, the southeast of the proposed project at 185 Middle Road. We appreciate the Montecito architectural guidelines and development standards that architecture and landscaping respect the privacy of immediate neighbors. also that residential privacy is a key ingredient to the quality of life in Montecito. When 1180 High Road was listed for sale in 2019, the MLS stated, quote, after several major renovations, separate entrances lead to 2 distinct living quarters. So regarding the second story addition to the carport/garage, the second story on the carport/garage would overlook the master bedroom, balcony and patio and family patio in the back entrance of our structure. And the plans presented exceed the maximum net floor area and detached accessory building square footage in tables 1 and 2 of the architectural guidelines. The accessory structure setbacks from existing structures, property lines, and height limits exceed the county code of the recently updated MLUDC. The detached accessory building must be approved, and the carport transition to garage conversion was never permitted or approved or presented in the proposed property. There's a bathing facility, including in the diagrams, that are not to be included in accessory structures, although it appears that the plumbing infrastructure is already installed. And there has not been a survey of either of these properties that has been certified or verified by the county since 1889. Both are part of the original Bartlett estate. And with respect to Mr. Carter's drawings, the measure of the setback by our measure is under 4 feet. And we understand that the setback is 10 feet with the new guidelines. So we look forward and support the MBAR's responsibility to protect and maintain neighborhood and community standards, and we respectfully submit our concerns. Mr. and Mrs. Porter, thank you.
Thank you. Is the applicant or owner here James Carter or Mike Hines, or somebody else that would like to represent this project, please?
Mr. Chair, just a quick interjection. I actually know a little bit about this project. Planning staff has had an opportunity to review it preliminarily and identified several zoning issues. The applicant may have chosen to wait, not appear today, and wait until those issues are resolved if they can be.
Okay, so what I'm going to do, thank you, Kimberly. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to keep trying to get item number 2 and item number 4 on the agenda today. Thank you, Mr. Porter, for presenting that. Kimberly, will his letter get to the planner?
It's already in the file. It's in box.
Kimberly, will that get directly to the planner?
Yes. Okay, Sharon excellent. Provides the planner copies of all public comment letters.
Excellent. Okay. So anybody presenting this item, please. Item number 4, Mr. Carter, Mr. Hines. Okay, so I'm going to come back to this one more time, but since we're kind of playing leapfrog today, item number 2, is there anybody here for 560 Hot Springs Road, please? Okay, at this point, I'm going to say that we've given it the old college try. If somebody wants to show up, please let Sharon know. Let's go on to item number 5, please. So that is 658 Lilac Drive. We actually did a site visit on this a long time ago, and with Sam Holroyd. And it's I can't remember if it was a fire or flood that took out this building. So, nice architecture.
It was the debris flow.
Debris flow. Thank you, Claire. Nice architecture, well cited given site constraints, restudy driveway and parking area. Sam, are you here, please? Oh no, don't tell me.
He's on the bottom, yeah.
Okay, so Sharon, let's get an applicant today.
Yeah. Wait, hold on. Sam, can you unmute yourself, please?
It's not what he said.
Sam? Okay, Sam?
It doesn't look like he has a microphone.
Yeah, his video's off. Well, we're batting 1,000 today. Huh?
I know, I was gonna say, maybe we could just continue the whole meeting and
Yeah, that works. Okay.
I'll come back for another drink here.
Okay, Sam Holroyd, if you can hear me,
Or see
please look
me.
at the beginning of the agenda, and there are some phone numbers to call in on page 2, including the webinar ID. Please take a minute to call in. We'll give you a minute to make that phone call. We want to hear from you, please.
Hello?
Oh,
is that you, Sam?
No, that's the previous presenter.
Who is that that's speaking?
Frederick Porter from 185
Okay.
Middle Road.
Okay, so Frederick, we are beyond your project. So you can, you can mute yourself. The applicant did not show up. So we're continuing. I'll come back to it one more time before I think we've given them every opportunity. Sam, have you made a connection? Can you make a connection, please?
see why I want to go downtown. I'm over it. Over this.
Sam, unmute yourself, Sam. See, you have a microphone, Sam. Maybe you can unmute yourself.
Microphone. Sam, can you unmute yourself, please?
Could
Don Sharp, if you were just trying to call me, would you send me a text or something? Let me know.
Sam's unmuted.
Okay.
Thank you. Go ahead, Sam.
Hi.
Okay, excellent. Sam, welcome to the meeting. So where are we at here?
So let me try and get, why am I not seeing the right thing? So basically, since the last time you saw it, we did more research of the flood requirements and the AFE and the BFE and the
all that stuff.
we found that we had to move the house north originally to get it out of the oak trees, and that is where it was located when the original AFE was done. So as we moved it north, the flood elevation really kicks up as you get closer to the northern property line. So the house has had to raise as a result of that to meet the new AFE. The house has had to raise about 10 feet above the pad that's there now. So essentially, the house is going to be about level with the road with Lilac, level with Lilac at the northern end.
Dave, can we drop down to right there where you're, so we can see the site plan? Okay, is this the site plan? Okay.
Yes, that's it. We tried everything that we could think of to get around this restriction. We tried stair stepping the house. They said that we had to use the uphill side of the house and garage of where to calculate our AFE from, and that it couldn't stair steps unless the house was split in half. That'd be the only way of stair stepping down. So we even tried telling them that because it was the garage, it shouldn't be measured from there. It should be measured from the beginning of the actual house itself. And they didn't accept that either. So
You're here today. Is this what you're going to present to us today?
it is.
We don't need, I mean, you're here for conceptual. We don't need all of the past stuff that's been going on for the last year or two, almost 2 years.
Okay.
Please just present to us what you're going to present to us.
Okay, so what I'm presenting to you is, what I was explaining is that our hands are tied for it. But so essentially the house hasn't changed too much from where you saw it last time. I think we flipped the house, so the garage is now on the north. This site section shows how we're having to raise the house relative to the grade that's there now and the street level at Lilac. Floor plan hasn't changed. Upper floor plan. Elevations, you can see how much higher it is now than it was, how much higher than the existing grade. You can see on the front elevation there. On the back side, on the front side, we're able to bring the soil up so that we can reduce the height of the building. On the back side, on the rear elevation, because of the oak trees proximity, we weren't able to do that. So we tried to break up the height, the mass, with the retaining walls a little bit as much as we could. And then the rest is how it was when you saw it last time. Then the landscape plan is just working with the oaks and the plants that are able to be close to the oaks. And our oak tree replacement, we're missing 2 of the oak trees, but there's going to be 2 on the north side by Alisos and then 2 interspersed in the oak trees to the south of the property. And just trying to kind of work with the clean, sort of modern version of a French style of architecture with the landscaping, a couple of Italian cypress and box hedges, and a little bit of formality in the design.
Is that it?
Yeah, that's it.
Thank you, Sam, very much. Questions, Tip?
I have no questions. Thank you.
Elida?
Is the pool already in?
No,
No?
no.
That's all.
John?
No questions.
David?
No questions, John.
Bill?
Yeah, so do you have an arborist report? Are those, you obviously have some mitigation trees, but are you outside? Because some of those, obviously, when you bring in the grade up there, you're not grading around the oak roots though, and you're ending up with some retaining walls kind of coming off the back there specifically.
Right, we had our arborist report done for the design prior to having to raise it up. We're going to have the arborist report redone. We're working on that now, and there is a little bit more getting close to those oak trees with those retaining walls. So we'll have to update that report.
And then last question is, your pool equipment looks like it's sitting in the setback. Is that a site wall surrounding it? Kind of a sound wall?
It is not in the setback. If you jump, I think it shows on the site plan. Yeah,
Looks
that
like
one.
Right against the property line on the.
Oh, it is. Yeah, it is. But it is in a sound wall. Yes.
So it's just on a pad without a sound wall sitting on the property line.
So it would have the continuation of the retaining wall. So it would have a 4-foot high wall around it on 4 sides. with that little gap.
It's a little water feature thing that's coming off the pool, like a runnel and a fountain or something.
Yeah, there'd be a little fountain feature thing in the center. It's sort of a parterre, a French parterre on axis with the pool. Okay. And those steps down.
And the dual entrance, was that in your last proposal too? Was the original house, did it have two entrances like that?
The original, the house that was destroyed did not have two entrances, or actually, I think I can't remember. I think it did actually, but the house that when we did the redesign, the first submittal, we had the two driveways, and we showed that to the fire department. Then when we showed them this revised design based on our flood requirements, they asked that the two driveways remain, and they also asked that the north driveway become wider than the minimum, so that there's staging ability for fire trucks and whatnot.
So you're saying the fire department has requested that the throughway on the driveway?
They have, yeah.
Okay, all right, that was all. Thank you.
Claire?
Yeah, I don't think I have any other questions.
Sam, I did not see an FAR study or worksheet on your plan, so I went and I got 128%. Do you know if you're increasing, decreasing, same size house as what was there before?
It is increasing from what was there before.
And do you know, like, is it 5 square feet or is it 500 square feet or 5,000 square feet?
It was a very small home. It was probably, I don't know, I'd just be guessing. Really.
Okay, very good, thank you. Anybody, another question before I open it up to the public? Okay, is there anybody attending this meeting that would like to address the board on item number 5, 658 Lilac Drive?
Don, I didn't receive anything and nobody has their hands up. Thank you.
Okay, excellent, thank you. Let's go and have comments, please. Tip?
Can you start with someone, John? I want you to think about this, Lou.
Okay, let's get Tip down there at the end. Elida?
No comment.
Don?
I have no objection to the project. Thank you.
David?
Yeah, I think given the challenging constraints of the flood control requirements, I think the house, even though it's raised, they've done an adequate job of mitigating that as much as they can, especially from the street side. So, and I think the style of the house is acceptable. So I don't have any issues.
Bill?
Yeah, I agree with Dave. I think it's a nice style home, well done. I think the siding, I think, you know, get the anniversary to tell you what you got to do with those trees in the back there. I would suggest moving the pool equipment. I'm not certain that you can have it on the property line, but I would suggest moving it back, certainly, and being respectful of the sound that it'll produce. And I'll accept certainly the turnaround if fire needs it. That's what we got to go with. Otherwise, it looks acceptable to me.
Blair?
I would like to see the FAR study because if you're saying this is 27% over, is that correct?
28 is what I got.
You got 28. Okay, so in that case, I would like to also make a request that we see that work be done by the applicant before I'm going to approve the project, and that a neighborhood study be done in conjunction with that, because that's a big number, you know. It's 27% over of what the recommended FAR is. So, you know, so for me, I'm not going to be very excited about approving a project that's that much over the FAR, but I don't have the information. So,
And one driveway or two, Claire, do you have a comment?
I think we talked about this a lot the last time. I don't have a problem with, I think my issue mostly is the fact that the drive, I would like you to study I mean, I don't see that we have to have the bottom one in. I don't see why we can't just have one entrance in and let that go in either direction. Yeah, so I would, my comment would be to restudy the southern entrance and come back with something different to compare.
Tip, your turn again.
Yeah, I'm obviously a little concerned about the two approaches to the project on Lilac Drive, and they are so close apart, and I just feel like you can get away with one entrance. That's number one. And number two is that I'm also definitely concerned with the FAR, especially in this neighborhood, Lilac. You know, it's a good sized piece of land, and I'm just don't understand why 27% over the recommended. Thank you.
And I want to echo that. I want to see the FAR study of the adjoining neighbors so that we can actually see that there's a justification for this per the guidelines. Otherwise, I will not be able to vote for it. I don't see why we need two driveways here. We have projects like this all the time, and the fire department can add, get at this. If they need an extra gate or something, great. Okay, so what would you like to do, Sam? Do you want to restudy and come back for concept on this then, please? Sam?
Yeah, I think, the other thing that I wanted to ask is that because we're in the floodway, we have to have a no-rise certificate completed through FEMA.
What's that mean?
It means, well, to the impact of it mean we have to document that it won't contribute to rising flood waters to anyone upstream or downstream. As part of the report, we have to get everything we have to get this report before we do our preliminary design review, and we have to show everything. The project has to be surveyed after the construction is finished, and everything has to be per how it's shown on the plan. So we're not going to be able to move footpaths or trees or anything on the project after we get this report done. And to redo the report after we have it done is tens of thousands of dollars. So what we're wanting to do is to try to get, like, maybe if I come back for conceptual, we could look at it in a preliminary review way for certain items like the garden and stuff, so that we can get it where you're comfortable with it before we do our no-rise certification study.
Well, that's up to you, and that's between you and the planner, how to schedule all of this.
And Sam, you are welcome to come with us with as complete drawings as you wish.
Oh, okay.
Please come back for another round of concept. If they're really all taken care of, the FAR is worked out, the 2 driveways are worked out, we can then put you on the consent calendar, assuming everybody signs off on it, and get you to rock and roll so we don't
Yes.
hold you up. But
Yeah, that would be perfect. And then we can
come
do
back
our,
one more time at least, okay?
yeah, sounds good.
Okay, so thank you. There is no motion because we're on concept. Let's try item number 4 again, 1180 High Road. Is there anyone?
John?
Yes,
I have spoken with the applicant of number 2,
yes.
item number 2, and they would like to be continued 2 weeks.
Okay, Sharon? Sharon, can they do that? Continue for 2 weeks? Sharon, you're muted.
No, I can't because I'd have to renotice it. It's a brand new project.
So Don, you have to tell them no, it's 4 weeks.
They are welcome to email me and I can discuss it with them and get them on an agenda, but it's not going to be the next one.
All right, I will relay that. Thank you.
Okay, so they are not going to be here today, so we have got 2 out. Number 4, 1180 High Road, please. Jason Carter, Mike Hines, or someone else, please. 1180 High Road. Okay, so let's continue that. Well, this is an early break, but we did say we were going to take a 5-minute break here. And then Brett Ettinger and interested parties, we will pick this up about 2:21 or 2:22. Hope you're all here. Thank you all. See you in 5.
Oh my God, crazy. Freaking crazy.
We'll actually send out all the. Okay, we'll do it. Okay, come on. Better get lights on. Lights on. Okay. They want you to turn it off. Whatever, and I are talking and I'll pick up the phone.
Okay, how are we doing, everybody? Brett, are you here? The neighbors? Beth?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
Okay, excellent. Let's make sure we have a quorum. So I see Don, Claire, myself, that's 3. Do we have anybody else on the board, please? David's here. Okay.
I'm
Excellent.
here,
Bill.
yeah.
Excellent. Okay, so
Chip is here, but he's got, and
that's fine. Just, I'm trying to make sure we have quorum. Okay, so item number 6, 370 and 372 Miramonte Drive. We had some minutes. Site visit with story poles required. We got that done. Nice architecture and materials. The MBA members have concerns with the scale and massing of the project. Restudy plate height and lower roof pitch. Several members cannot support the roof deck above the garage. Consider removing or locating roof deck above master bedroom. Consider lighter exterior paint color. We did have a site visit today. Brett, I think we are familiar with the project. Do you want to review the changes on the drawing since we saw you last? And there were several questions addressed to you. Could you go over those now, please?
Sure. Thank you all very much. Brett Ettinger, Ferguson Ettinger Architects. I want to first thank you for coming out and seeing the site today and seeing the immediate context and story poles. I hope that was helpful. For those of you who didn't make it, I hope you had a chance to drive by on San Isidro and view what you could see of the story poles from right around the Montecito Union School to see how the story poles are working with the neighborhood fabric. I would like to proceed by going over the comments in the minutes one by one in a clear and concise fashion, and then I want to make a couple comments on the attorney's letter and then close, and I'll be this as efficient as I can. Number 1, project scale. We have further reduced. If you go to sheet A 2.0, please, number 4, sheet number 4 in the drawings before you. There you go. It's a diagram showing the evolution of the building footprint, size reductions on the left, the first meeting, middle, second meeting, right side, our current design. If you scroll over a little bit more to the right, you'll see that we have a net reduction of over 100 square feet since we started, 55 since the last meeting. And I should also note that our FAR is now reduced to 104. And there's at least still 9 parcels in the immediate area with FARs ranging from 107 to 135. Specifically, the neighbor to the north is at 107. Item number 2, project massing and building height. If you could please go to sheet A 4.0. That's sheet 7 in the sequence. Upper right-hand corner is the most telling elevation study. And that is the only public view at the end of Miramonte. You can see the evolution of the building massing from start to finish. We're able to reduce the mass bulk and scale. On the right, the kitchen and dining room volume. We narrowed it up by 2.5 feet and pulled it in from the driveway from the south. It reduced the roof slope from 12 and 12 down to 8 and 12 as suggested as a compromise. On the left-hand side, the bedroom wing, we reduced the plates as suggested from 9 feet to 8 feet, and again, reduced the roof slope from 12 and 12 to 8 and 12, resulting in a 4'4" reduction on the left side and a 3'10" reduction on the right side. If I could ask you to go to sheet A4.3, pardon me. The sheet 10 and the A4.3.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sheet 10. Okay. There you go.
Thanks a lot. Again, maybe zero in on the lower right-hand drawing, which is the elevation in context, again, showing the original design, the new lower design, the new shift of the kitchen volume on the right away from the hedge, which we are now confident we can retain throughout construction. And the relationship, most notably, of our house the highest point relative to the neighbor to the north being 4 foot lower than that house, and the massing which steps down from that ridge height to our bedroom and then further steps down toward the driveway to the south with the kitchen volume, creating a more human and pedestrian scale across that driveway length. Item number 3, the garage roof deck. We could go to sheet, the same sheet is good. Upper right-hand corner is the garage elevation, the end elevation looking east from the house. It was pretty clear nobody thought too kindly of that garden roof, so it's gone. In its place is a similarly sloped gabled roof element at 8 and 12 with the same roof material that consists on all the 2 volumes. So now we have 3 volumes, independent volumes on the site. And it's already been noted that this height can exceed 12 feet as its roof slope is above 4 and 12, which allows it to be at 15 feet, which it currently is in our design. Item number 4, privacy. I think most, if not all of you, were comfortable with our captured roof deck. If we go to sheet A21, please, if we back up. That would be sheet 5 in the sequence. Left-hand side, second floor plan. Thank you. The captured roof garden, as I call it, the main roof garden, is completely concealed from view from the neighbor to the north and captured on both sides. It's more of a courtyard garden. So there will be no privacy, either visual or acoustical issues with that deck. However, you can't see anything from that deck. So there were some questions today about the necessity for the small L-shaped master bedroom deck. We believe for a house of this quality and a new home that our clients should afford at least a peekaboo view of the ocean. They can't get it from the rooftop garden. They can get it from the small wraparound master deck. And that deck is also located directly above the lower level bedroom below. Please note the dashed line to the east of the deck is where the building was when we were with you last. We've endeavored hard to redesign this wing to shift it to the west, a total of 4 feet. We still have the nice offset at the street toward the west. We did that as a gesture of good faith to our neighbors to the north. You can see their upper floor window on the left-hand side. Privacy, if we go to sheet A 4.2, I can talk about privacy for the use of that deck, please.
Which PDF page is that?
That would be sheet 9, Dave, thanks. Lower right-hand corner to start. Well, they're all pertinent drawings here. We did a site study as viewed from the master bedroom window, looking towards, and it's directly in line with this small deck off the master bedroom. We've incorporated and designed a permanent, slender steel post arbor that has translucent non-reflective glass on the north face and translucent non-reflective glass on the top. If you scroll to the left, you'll see, and that the sight line shows complete privacy. If you scroll here, you can see that we're just utilizing the same glass that's on the north facade of the bedroom wing and capturing that on the side facing the neighbor and on the top for a lightweight arbor that provides privacy for everybody. Please note that there are no lights proposed for this building wall or this part of the deck. The light for this deck is around the corner facing the south. You get another view of it there on the 2 views to the left. And if you pull back, I think the rendering and your view of the story poles today from the carport really show what we've endeavored to do, and that is the sliding of the upper floor structure beyond relative to the neighbor's window far enough along so that they pretty much have unimpeded views to the south and to the east. And you can see just a little snippet of the translucent glass arbor behind the olive tree there. Materials. I'd like to please ask you to go back one sheet, Dave, to page, would that be 8? Yes, please. Upper rendering. We took to heart at least maybe one comment about the use of stone, although some of you liked the 2 different material expressions. We eliminated the stone from the kitchen volume on the right. Instead, the entire project, including the gates, the garage, and these 2 volumes are clad in the same material, which is a unfinished reclaimed 1x8 redwood. We had the materials out there at the site today. I hope you had a chance to look at them. They're actually lighter than what our rendering shows, and in fact, match the neighbor's house, lower left-hand corner on this drawing, the neighbor's house immediately to the east. In the lower right-hand corner is that view I was talking about. If you zero in on that, this is really effectively the only public view of our property, our project, pardon me. And if you walk slowly along San Isidro, there are a couple openings. If you squint, you can see through to the story poles. And this would be our house in the brown, the proposed house in the brown clad, adjacent to the 2-story house directly to the north. I think it fits in rather well. Another item that wasn't really talked about specifically in the minutes, but I already touched on were what I call adjacencies. And we did in fact work hard to shift and move the entire bedroom wing approximately 4 feet to the west to accommodate the upper floor window. The driveway, I think we beat that up today at the site, and that's a non-architectural issue. I'm going to move right past that. I have spoken and answered the one of 2 questions that were offered up today regarding the master bedroom small deck. The other question that was brought up today by the neighbor's attorney, and that I responded to in our initial meeting with the neighbors at our office, had to do with, have you considered flipping the volumes? If we go to sheet A43, please.
PDF.
That would be sheet 10 again, sorry. I think the lower right-hand image again, the street context is pertinent. Basically, what I tried to describe to our neighbors at that first meeting a few months ago on our site, it would basically, flipping this arrangement would be bad design in my mind. It would be putting the tall element to the south and casting shadow on the usable open space for our clients. Putting it where it's at allows for sun to reach the pool in the backyard for our clients' enjoyment. It also provides for a proper stepping of massing, I believe, and that's evidenced here by the stepping down from the big house to the left to the bedroom wing, and then further stepping down. It's a kind of bouncing down of scale down to the human scale at the driveway on the right. So those are the 2 paramount reasons, other than it just being a bad site design. I think this one is just better way to lay out the site and the massing. I would now like to just quickly go through the attorney's letter. There were errors and erroneous statements in there, and some things that just didn't make sense to me, and I just want to set the record straight. Number 1, it is alluded to as 105 FAR, our FAR is 104. It states that we've only made minor revisions since the last meeting. I think we've accommodated major revisions in the mass bulk and scale, the size of the project, the material changes, the change of the garage roof from a roof garden to a pitched roof. And we've also accommodated the privacy issues at the 1 small master deck. I call those major revisions, not minor revisions. We talk about the information on the glass. I had a sample out there today, and I hope you all did get a chance to see it. It is acid etched low iron. The low iron means it's non-reflective, and even though there are windows on the north facing bedroom wing, those will really never get any sunlight. So even if we were using reflective glass, it would not be reflective there. And the same can be said for the arbor where we're using glass, which is non-reflective. The guest parking we've already talked about. I've already talked about the shifting of the bedroom wing to accommodate the neighbor's view from their window. The hedge, we did discuss a little bit out on site. We are maintaining the south hedge along the driveway at its current 9-foot mature height. We will be extending that hedge at a similar height with properly sized boxes along the entire west elevation to completely encircle and privatize the property from Miramonte as well. Parking condition during construction, we have no problem with that. I think it would be a great idea. In fact, we are certain that planning or building department will require that as part of our submittal. The comment on the sound level, I think we touched on this the last time. It's just incorrect. If you go to sheet A21, which is sheet 5, please, lower right-hand corner, the specs for the loudest equipment, which would be the pool pump, pool equipment. It states that we like it at 65. Well, the maximum at the property line is only 53. Our pool equipment is at 40, as you can see, next to I2 down on the lower left-hand box. So we're lower than the allowable sound levels by quite a bit, and that's not including the fact that all of our equipment is enclosed within the eastern edge of the garage behind vented doors. So in fact, the noise would be probably considerably less than this 40 dBA, and we've gone to great trouble to integrate all of the equipment and enclose it so it wouldn't be visible from the neighbor's upper deck off their east end of the house. All of the cut and pasted items from the land use guidelines really don't make sense to me. Architectural style and materials, I think we've shown in many instances that they're a predominant style of gabled roofs and wood-sided elements in this neighborhood, which we're matching. One other cut and pasted item talked about site layout orientation and talked about public views of the hillsides and ocean shall be retained. I want to point out that the purview of the board, as I know we all understand, is not to protect private views, but to protect public views. This is a private view that our neighbors have been talking about for quite a while. And we have endeavored to be sensitive to that beyond the call of duty by redesigning our house on 2 separate occasions, our client's house, to accommodate their view, which is not public, it's private. We've done it on our own accord as a friendly neighbor. The comment about adequate landscape shall be provided. I don't understand that one either. We've presented our landscape more than once. It's lush, it's appropriate for the neighborhood. We're not talking about removing any specimen or landmark trees. We're relocating 1 citrus tree. The south hedge remains. And as I mentioned, we're extending the western hedge around the front of the property. The last comment that I want to comment on, it says the proposed 2nd-story massing, which is greater in size than the previous plans reviewed in February. It's absolutely not true. The massing is much lower, much narrower, and I don't understand these comments. I think they should have ran a spell check or something here. And the excessive use of glass, we have windows where rooms are, and sometimes we have 2 small windows where cross ventilation is important. And as I mentioned before, all of the glass on the north side will be opaque or translucent and non-reflective. In closing, or on a personal level, and I'll stop. My wife, Pamela Ferguson Ettinger, who's my partner, and I have 22 years combined experience sitting on committees such as yours. The Hollister Ranch Design Review Committee, CBAR, and SBAR. We've also been practicing architecture under our own firm name for almost 30 years. I have never come across such an egregious example of blatant NIMBYism. It's been spearheaded out of personal opposition to our clients' right to build their own home. These are pardon me, These are personal issues, I believe. They're not about design. How can they not be personal issues? The same neighbor who spearheaded this opposition, their home would never have a chance of getting approved today due to its aggressive and bulky massing on the street. It's 4 foot higher than ours. It has 3 yard encroachments, both side yards, and 18-foot encroachment into the front yard with this tall, bulky garage element. This project would require multiple mods and or variances. This is clearly a cake and eat it too condition. Another neighbor has had the audacity to both voice opposition and approach our client on several occasions, asking if he could have the cottage prior to removing it, prior to building their new home. Our project is not asking for anything. We're following all the rules. We've acknowledged, compromised, and revised the project size. I'm sorry, I get much sleep. To reduce the size, reduce the massing, incorporate privacy for both parties. Reduce and lighten the exterior building materials to provide for a new, modest, well-articulated home that is consistent with all land use design standards and will integrate sensitively into the neighborhood fabric. Our clients are not looking for any attention. They've got like a modest, well-conceived house that recedes into the landscape. I hope and trust that this board won't be swayed by the negative personal issues that have been voiced and will instead concentrate on the architectural merits of the project before you. Thank you.
Okay, so as everybody knows, I have always assigned the order of the questions, and then I use the same order for comments. But in this particular case, would somebody like to take slot number 1?
We in questions, John?
We are in questions, but it will be comments later, same order. Anybody want
John,
to?
I'm willing to take slot 1.
Let's take David number 1. Thank you.
I just wanted to make sure on the rendering that the garage, this isn't the garage you're proposing on the rendering there, or is it?
Yes, the articulation of the roof sloping back from the viewer is not too great, but that is the garage. Yes.
Okay, so that is a sloping roof. It looks flat.
Yes.
Just because of
If you look at all the other drawings, it'll make that clear, Dave. Yeah, it looks flat in that rendering.
That was my question. Thanks.
Okay, Bill.
Yeah, Brett, go to the floor plan there, Dave, that's got, I think it's sheet 5. I know you've studied this obviously in your sleep as well. Is there any option to shift that left wing, the north wing, further to the west even still? Or does that really complicate the footprint layout plan and all the rest of it?
Yeah, it was already quite an impossible endeavor to shift it that 3 feet because the entire lower level had to be reorganized. And I have to capture that trellis element. The trellis already got smaller to capture it with that volume. And really, the success of this project from the public view from the street, I think really is paramount by keeping somewhat of an offset at the street and plan that you can see there. I can't buy another 6 inches at this point.
I agree. I like the offset. I was just curious if it was doable. And if I'm reading this right, that area that is over the rear lower floor, that's a glass roof there. Is that what that is? Or is that actually solid? It looked, I couldn't.
Yeah, that's the same translucent glass spaced on the mullions for air distribution. Yeah.
You
can see.
Okay.
In the sketch.
The bottom is a translucent outdoor cover there. Okay.
Correct.
Okay. All right. That is all I had. Thank you.
Okay, Claire, questions, please.
No questions.
Tip. Yeah, I can't hear you, Tip. You might be on mute.
Yes, thank you, John. for your observation. Brad, I have several questions for you. First of all, is it a 25-foot high limitation or 35 feet? I forgot.
It's, I believe, 35 feet.
The neighborhood is at 35 feet.
Yes,
And-
you can see that.
Yeah, I couldn't read it. Okay, that's fine. And
14.
then the top of the house is, what is it? Is it say 20 or something? I couldn't read, sorry.
That's okay. It should show up on some of the other elevations.
No, this one is fine. What did you say? The roof, the ridge is what?
26 or something from the floor.
10,
Is it like 26?
18. Is it like 25 feet?
It is 25 feet from the finished floor, about 25.6 to the finished grade.
Okay, and the once again, I think I could read. What is the floor to floor on the first floor in the bedroom wing?
We have 9-foot ceilings down on the first floor tip.
We have a 10-4 floor to floor.
We're going to try to make it work with 10-foot max. Yes, that's what I think we've
And
got.
then the blade height for the second floor is at 8 feet something.
We dropped it from 9 to 8 feet, correct?
Okay, and then the kitchen is 14 feet blade.
Yes, and I can explain the reasoning behind that if you
No,
want
that's
to.
fine. I just want to know because I couldn't read the numbers. So because of
Yes.
14, 10. Okay, and then can you tell me about the garage? What is the backup space into the driveway?
24 feet.
From the face of the garage to the edge of the driveway.
Yes, would you like to see that diagram again? We've included it in our drawings.
No, that's fine. That's fine. I can see that here.
Okay.
All right. I think that's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Don, your mic was off just a minute ago. Don Sharp. Don, I cannot hear you. Don Sharp. Okay, Elida.
Brett, I'm new to the board and this is only my second or third site visit. And my question is more rhetorical, only because I'm new to this project, certainly. But did you and your clients get a chance to go to the neighbor to the north into their bedroom area? And now that the story poles are up and look at it with the neighbor? And I don't know if it's even appropriate to ask this kind of question, but
Yes, we did today.
was that the first time you were able to do that?
Yes.
Thank you.
Don Sharp.
Thank you. I have no questions.
Okay, Brett, I want to look at that deck, the second story deck that's got one piece of furniture or something. You've represented that your design on the north side has glass, some kind of translucent, milky, something glass that's there. Have you explored other materials there to make it appear more to be part of the house rather than being part of the deck? So, and increase the possibility of opacity there on that north face?
Well, we looked at a few options. Number one was a grid or a lattice work that plants would grow up, and we didn't think that over time the permanence of that was something to bank on. We also looked at extending the wood across that edge there, but frankly, that seemed like a poor design solution because it just looked like it would be tacked on. So rather than doing that, we integrated this structure and used the actual verticals of the guardrail and extended them up so that this whole piece of delicate steel armature over here was integrated. If your question is, are we willing to increase the opacity of the glass? Yes, but it does afford, I believe, a well-integrated structure that fits with the house and provides complete privacy from that window. There was a comment today on site that they still have a little sneaky oblique view from the eastern edge of their window, but they're also have an existing deck off the eastern edge of their master bedroom that you didn't get a chance to see that looks right down into our yard anyway. So the privacy goes both ways here.
Okay, thank you. Okay, anybody else questions before I open it to the public, please? Anybody on the board? Okay, public.
I'd like to throw in that public comment is 3 minutes. Oh, no, that's standard.
Oh, that's good, Claire. Thank you.
Yeah, so I'm just asking you as the chair, would you please check, make sure that it doesn't go on, for another hour.
So I do have one question, John, real quick.
Yes.
Go to page 6, Dave. I think is that where the turnaround is. So Brett, it looks like you showed 20 feet from the face to the property line there. Are your templates for turning there?
Oh, sorry. Oh, no, it's 14 and 6. I hadn't looked at that drawing in a while. It's 20 feet.
Where did those templates that you have come from? Those the city standard, county standard? Or those work?
Yes, we've used those on a variety of projects. And I believe the last you can see directly above, that's me turning my car in one swoop in the same exact location as the template shows. One move.
And you don't have dual steering on that car either?
No, I don't. In fact, it's a pretty bad turning radius.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Just wanted to
Okay.
point that out. Thank you.
Public comment. There were 4 letters. One was a petition. One was a statement from an attorney that drafted the easement. Beth Collins, who was there today. I'm assuming, Beth, are you here, please?
She is. She's got her hands up. Would you like?
Yes, please bring her up.
Yeah.
I would ask that we not read that letter and that you clearly and concisely bring up your points. I think we have a pretty good idea, but I certainly respect your ability to do it on camera or in the meeting. So Beth, can you keep it concise, please, and tell us your issues, concerns, etc., please?
Yes. Can you hear me?
I can. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, Chair and board members. I'm Beth Collins from Brownstein, and as you know, I represent the neighbors at 374, 368, and 366 Miramonte. First, I just want to say, generally, for those of you who know me well, since I've been doing land use here in the community for quite some time, I usually work 4 projects. The only reason I took this project was because the neighbor was served with a very aggressive cease and desist letter on Christmas Eve. And that inspired me, since that's not really how we do land use here in Santa Barbara County. And that is why I took this project. That being said, there are some real substantive issues here, and that's why we are raising them. The neighbor's house at 374 was built back in 1900. And remodeled in 89. So of course it has different setbacks, et cetera, than the current house. We're always required to comply with the current code when we have a new project. I also want to clarify, we're not asking the board to deny this project. Of course, there's going to be a project here. We're just looking for a compromise and the appropriate project. So first, concerns about FAR. Yes, the project was reduced, but it was actually increased. If you look at the plans, 10 square feet, 10 net square feet on the second floor. So it's going the wrong way as far as a massing perspective on the second floor. Additionally, we gave you a FAR study. The closest 20 properties have a 66% floor area ratio, whereas this one has much higher. And it's even higher, actually, given the fact that there's a shared driveway. And FAR uses gross lot area, plus the FAR doesn't include the 650 square feet of elevated outdoor living space. So it's quite a big amount of space that's being proposed. Now on the 650 square foot elevated outdoor living space, the short request is we ask that the balcony be removed. We think there's sufficient space off of that master bedroom to enjoy the outdoor space without that balcony, which then really impinges on the other surrounding neighbors and is unnecessary. And in fact, it's even unnecessary if they flipped the second story toward, they're blocking their own view from that outdoor living space. If they flipped it, they could put beautiful windows all along that whole wall, have ocean views all in that second story element, and then have a patio where they could enjoy those views from there. And they said the reason they don't want the second story shifted is because they are casting shadows on their own property. Well, now they're going to be casting shadows on their neighbors. So that's why we're asking them to flip that second story element. The other issue, and this came up at the site visit, was the parking garage location. There's that uncovered guest parking space. It should be relocated to the west side so that the backup can be done all on their own property. Additionally, that new garage we all saw is going to be set out very close to that new the driveway. That's really, it's a constrained area. There's limited parking, and we all know that enclosed garages are often used for storage, maybe converted to an ADU. When that happens, and it may be with the Burgers or it may be with someone else, there will be a very constrained, limited parking situation on this lot. Your
time is actually up. Can you just wrap up, please?
Yes, I will wrap up. The only other thing is on the noise. If they're easily complying with the noise, and remember, noise is all mechanical equipment on the site, not just one, but the applicant seems to believe that they're going to easily comply with the noise requirement, then just put on the condition that requires the 65 decibel limit. With that, all my other comments are in the letter. Thank you so much for your time.
Okay, very good. Is there anybody else in person that would like to address the board, please? Sharon? Anybody? Okay, so.
Hey, wait a second. We tried to raise our hand.
We raised our hand, but. Hold on. It's, go ahead, Dave, and talk, please. It's actually not Dave, it's Mark Berger, but it's Tiffany Kessler, the other owner of the home.
Okay, so 3 minutes, please.
Okay, probably be less. I just wanted to say thank you all for coming out this morning, seeing the project in its context. We really love Montecito. We're looking forward to building a beautiful home within this community. We've made so many great friends here, and we've really gone out of our way to rework the project, work with the neighbors, and get really earth-friendly ingredients, earth-friendly components, materials to make this really work with the environment and work with the neighborhood. And I just look forward to breaking ground on the project, and I really hope for your support. Thank you so much, everyone.
Anybody else, please?
Yeah, we did have Dave third, but he's not available. How about Mike Lee? Mike, unmute yourself. Thanks.
Hi, my name's Michael Lee, and I live on Santa Rosa, and we were a former owner of this property, and kind of carry on the history of this, the whole, the 3 properties all the way to the back. When I saw the story poles, I was pretty blown away by how massive this thing looks from the street. And I understand that everybody keeps comparing the house next door, which that in the past was an issue a long time ago, which is water under the bridge. I think this continues that issue of a large building and a massive building. And I had a question for Tom Watson. I thought in the first meeting, you said this was a great design, it just not compatible with this site. And I could be wrong. I'm not sure who made that statement. And that is a correct statement. It's a really interesting house. It just, in my mind, doesn't fit in the neighborhood because it's so close to the street and it's so big. There's no story poles for the walkout deck in the middle. It's just the 2 peaks. So I would encourage the applicant to relook at a more modest house with not the same bulk. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you. Anybody else, please?
John, Dave, Mr. Durr had his hand up, but now it's, Mr. Leviton. Can you unmute yourself, please?
Yes, thank you. I am the neighbor at 366 Miramonte, and I saw in the materials submitted prior to the meeting a letter from an attorney whose opinion it was that the developer Berger has a right of access to the properties behind him. We had established at the last DEBBAR meeting it's a diminishing easement, and in fact, I've gotten 2 title companies to tell me there is no recorded easement as was represented in the letter submitted to you by the attorney, who was, expressing an opinion, but what's in the written document, of course, is what counts, if there is one.
Is that it, Daniel?
Yes, thank you.
Dave Third, do you want to speak?
Yes, I just have a couple things to say. One is that there is a view of the ocean from the garden deck by just simply walking over to the east side, turning your head to the right a little bit and looking to the southeast. The second point is that the view of the bedroom deck from there to our master bedroom, Brett says it's a sneaky peek view, but that's a little weird to say it like that. What it is we walk from our bathroom to our bedroom and it's full on view. So that's not true from the side. Anything else that Beth would like to say, she can take the rest of my time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anybody else, please?
I don't see, let's see. Linda Johnson would like to speak. Linda, can you unmute yourself, please?
Linda, can't hear you.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to say that I do agree that it's very sad, the development of the relationship, but we have been threatened and have been lied about, and it's just, we've had to kind of take a more protective stance for our family. But I want to say that privacy is a key issue for us, that I want to feel free to be in my nightgown or walk from the bathroom to the bedroom without the neighbors being able to see me. And at this point, with the deck there as it is, they will be able to see us walking back and forth from our bedroom to the bathroom. And that seems like a violation of the basic codes of the Montecito Development Code. Our house, we bought it 18 years ago. We have not done any outside construction on it. It was illegal, non-conforming. And of course, when it was built in 1900, there were no building codes at that time. And at 1989, there were not the FAR standards, as I understand it. So I understand that it's been a comparison, but it shouldn't be the comparison for today's construction because it was built in 1900 and 1989. So thank you to the board for all your work. I know that this is a challenging job at times, and we hope that you can help protect our privacy and our standard of living in Montecito. Thank you.
Anybody else, please?
Hold on, there's somebody else raised there. Oh, Mr. Berger, would you like to speak?
Yeah, hi. I just need to respond to a couple of these items. Our privacy and security are paramount, just like everybody else. And I know Beth was talking about, the cease and desist letter that we sent to the next door neighbors because they were trespassing on our property. And there was no other way to deal with. We tried to deal with them directly and they wouldn't do it. So that was that. And in terms of looking into the neighbor's bedroom window, I think Brett's articulated very well that there's opaque glass there. And you can't really look up or through that opaque glass. So I really don't understand the comment. And on top of it, we're not interested in looking into the neighbor's windows. Thank you.
Anybody else, please?
I don't have anyone else, John. Thank you.
Okay, David, we had a neighborhood petition. I think for completeness of the record, we should go and get that displayed, please.
You're talking about a comment letter?
Yeah, that, yes,
It
right
was the one
there.
that was, yeah, it was the petition. There it is.
Okay, so these people are all denied. They would like us to deny it. Okay? And there was somebody from, there was an attorney that drafted the maintenance agreement that says it's his opinion that the intent of that agreement was for the entire length of the driveway. And there was Mr. Feinberg, is that who it is? That, yes, that one right there. Did he speak today or she speak today, please?
No.
No, Cindy did, no, that was Cindy Feinberg.
Oh, okay. I'm a former president of the MA. Guidelines, residential privacy is a key ingredient of the quality of life of Montecito. The two-story project has a clear view into the master bedroom and includes the privacy of 368 and 366 Miramonte. I encourage you to deny this project in order to maintain the privacy of the residents at the neighboring properties. And that's Cindy Feinberg. Okay, is there anybody else in the public that would like to address the board, please?
No, John, thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to close public comment. I do want to thank everybody. Public comment can sometimes drag on, and I want to acknowledge everyone's care with our time. Okay, so we're into comments from the board, and my personal opinion is it's time to fish or cut bait. Others may not agree with that, but that's, I want to put that out there. David, you wanted to ask the question first. You get the comment first. What's up, buddy?
Well, first of all, I want to acknowledge that this has been a difficult process for the applicant and the neighbors, and it's a challenging site, the proximity of the neighbors, the size of the lot, and the fact that this is a new structure. These are always challenging, almost always challenging issues for our board. But I do believe in this case, the process has worked and has served the owners and the neighbors. And hopefully we've found a good compromise, which I believe we have. I think the project has seen significant reduction in the height, the mass, the bulk, and the scale. The proximity to the property lines has been changed significantly. The elimination of the deck over the garage was one of the most significant privacy issues, and so that was very important. I think that the design I've always felt was a nice design. It was more about the mass, bulk, and scale. I think the detailing of it and the materials, I could support the stone materials in the one wing if they so chose, but the way it's proposed now, I think with the weathered wood is very nice. I think the story poles are very helpful to see. I do believe that the mass, bulk, and scale is acceptable for this neighborhood. I did not have the opportunity to go to the neighbor to view the outdoor deck from their window, so I would like to defer to other board members on that issue. But I think if the translucent glass screening does provide privacy, then I could probably support that as well. But overall, I know this is a hard project, and there was a lot of compromises, for both the owner and the neighbors. But I do believe that the process has worked, and we've have a project now that is acceptable and appropriate for the neighborhood.
Bill.
Yes, well said, Dave. I also appreciate the effort that everyone's taken to get this to this point. And I too, I believe that I think the compromises have been made. One of the things I might suggest, the balcony seems to be the one hot issue that everyone is fighting over. And I would dig deep seriously as the applicant and consider, to consider being even better and to consider not having that balcony. Certainly, I know that Brett, you've done a wonderful job of trying to keep it and provide a screen there. And I think that could be effective for sure. But it seems like that seems to be the one hang up for most people on this, at least the biggest one that I can see. I agree with the idea of not flipping in terms of massing from the front. And I think if you had the taller element on the driveway side, it would feel imposing on that driveway that accesses the two houses. So I don't know if that's the solution by flipping the plan. The materials I can agree with. I might consider if you felt it was maybe more in keeping, that maybe it was more of a gray weathered wood instead of a dark red just an idea. Maybe that helps blend into the white wash painted surfaces that all the other cottages have. I appreciate you dropping the pitch of the roof. I appreciate you removing the deck over the garage. I'm not certain whether that guest space is really accessible, that guest parking. So, I think you might have to rethink that. And I'm still a little concerned about the distance back up, but you said you could do it. I'm going to trust your judgment, and I would say make that garage door as wide as possible, because you don't want to clip the rear of one car with the front of the other. The noise issue in terms of equipment, that will be a requirement at the planning level. They're going to make you provide a decibel rating, I believe, and that would be a question to Kimberly and the planner, that you will have to meet the criteria of the decibel levels at the property line.
Well, they did.
Yeah.
We've already done that.
So yeah, in closing, I think the master balcony is probably the one issue that everybody seems to really not be crazy about, at least the neighbors, certainly to the north. And I would really consider maybe not having that. But otherwise, I can support so far what you've shown. Thank you.
Tip. I can't hear you, Tip. Are you unmuted, Tip?
Yes, I'm back. So anyway, I thought that the site visit was very helpful this morning, and I think that it's always, difficult. It's a really interesting neighborhood, and all the houses are quite small because all the lots are small. And when you live in a community a street that with a 10,000 square foot lot, I think that it's given that you just see your neighbors. It's not like you live in a 1 or 2 acre site or bigger in Montecito. So because of that, I truly believe that if you buy one of the lots or you live in this street here, you do know that you're going to meet your neighbors someday. And I do believe that they have the right to build to certain, zoning requirements, which is a, 2-story house, which is fine for me and can be up to 35 feet or less. And the current house is definitely underutilized, in my opinion. And initially I thought that the project was big, but seeing on site with the new design, I thought it looked quite nice. How it's stepping from, the one next door down to the mid-level down to the kitchen. So I thought the massing was very nicely done. And I don't have a problem with the garage, and I don't have a problem with the master bedroom deck. I think that's a very creative solution to have a protection, a roof over that from the neighbor, from next door. When you look over, you don't see down to the deck of the master bedroom of the new project. So I thought it's a good solution. And when I was at the next door neighbor at the master bedroom, I know that we were focusing on the view toward the south, but I also thought that the view toward the east was very nice. It's openness. There's a lot of window in that bedroom. And I believe that if this project was built, the next door neighbor, they have pretty much, not all, but most of their views And because of that, it's not of a concern for me of the new massing of the new building. So overall, I initially I thought the building might be too big for the neighborhood, but seeing the site, I thought it's beautifully done, and I definitely can support the project the way it's designed. Thank you.
Thank you. Don, please.
Thank you. First of all, usually when a hedge is shown on a drawing, it isn't anywhere near as dense as the hedge I saw this morning. And I think that goes a long way to ameliorate some of the problems here. But without going too long, I agree with my fellow board members that Britt has gone out of his way, along with the owner, to make this home as small as it possibly could and still, include the program of the owners. And it's very unfortunate that the neighborhood has had this problem accepting this home, but I do think the owner has the right to build a home that has demonstrated to us, I believe, that they want to cooperate and have lowering the structure and so forth. Thank you.
Elida.
No comment.
Okay, so I think it's clear that the deck off the master bedroom on the second level is a real sticking point, and I would not want that if I were the neighbor either. That's probably not a fair way to judge something, but you gotta do something. So somehow I believe to get my final vote, that's gonna have to get resolved. But I am ready to vote for a preliminary with that to be studied to the point where there is a greater assurance of privacy to the neighbor to the north. I think it was Bill's comment on the guest parking. When I started out, I tried doing 20-foot deep parking spaces from the face of a building, and it really, it doesn't work. So I'm not so sure that the planning staff has the experience to know how to do that. But somehow, Brett, to evaluate that, but Brett, somehow you've got to show us some templates that are recognized, engineering templates, et cetera, to prove to me about that. From my point of view, it is, okay, so that's as a member. As a chairman, I think it's time to either approve this or deny it. I heard approval with concerns on the deck and the guest parking. Do other members of the board agree with that, or is this slated for a denial? Please.
Agree with the approval, with the conditions.
I agree, John.
Okay.
I agree, John.
Thank you. Claire?
I do not, John.
So you're going to vote against it?
Yep.
Okay, great. And Claire?
I actually didn't get to say anything, by the way. You skipped over me, but that's fine.
Oh, I'm sorry, Claire.
No,
Please,
that's fine. It's absolutely fine because I was going to go with my comments exactly the same direction that you've gone, and the other members of the board. I think that the architect and the owners have done the best job possible, given the constraints of the size of the lot and working with us. This would be the third hearing that we've done this, and that the architect has responded to pretty much everything that we've asked the architect to do. So for me, I am ready to give this preliminary with the applicant to restudy the parking of guest parking, and maybe come in with a different design or different application for the privacy of the deck that seems to be the issue.
Okay, so let me explore this with the board a little bit. I want to give Brett as much direction as possible. One thought I had was one of those glass corners that where the windows pull back into the walls, and so that their bedroom would be able to be a deck there, and basically eliminate the deck on the outside as a thought. But you know, that's my idea, not his, and it may not be a good one. So, but are we going to get so strong as to say on the final, we're going to eliminate that outdoor deck? Or is there a solution that we believe can be had to ensure the privacy of the neighbor? Anybody?
Well, for me, I think that the neighbor, that there, you know, there's no guarantee that when you build, one neighbor has a house, and so that we as an architectural board are trying to protect the neighbor's privacy. That's not our job, you know. So that's why I don't want to get into trying to tell the architect that he needs to remove that. The applicant wants, if the applicant, the owner of the property, wants to have a deck there, the job of the architect in my world is to design it so that the neighbors don't feel like they're infringed upon. That's all. So.
Okay,
Yeah.
Anybody else got comments?
I mean, if we want to let the applicant further study that and do a little more like soul searching, I guess, on the decision to have the deck or not have the deck, and you know, satisfy maybe the neighbor's concern, we should leave it to them to decide that at this point. I think, you know, I don't know what the hard and fast answer is, but I would certainly be willing to give them approval to move, you know, forward to preliminary.
You know, John, I want to say something about the deck too, because in my opinion, I think the deck is very modest in size for the house, you know, in this neighborhood. And I believe that the solution that the applicant provided by providing a protection overhead. And because of that, I really don't know how, you know, one neighbor could see the other if you're setting it, you know, using the balcony. So because of that, I feel, you know, strongly that we should find a way to approve the balcony with the design as proposed, because I think that really that's a solution that I thought it was a very creative solution that the applicant come up with.
Okay, I'd like to read something from the guidelines. It's on page 16 at the top. Structures should be located and designed to avoid placement of windows, decks, and balconies which look directly onto private areas of adjacent properties. That is not a zoning ordinance, it is in our guidelines, so yes. And I think that, you know, that's kind of, I think our board, we're down to that. So does this do that for a yes vote, or does this require more study? We need to move this project along, please.
Why don't you take a straw vote, John?
Okay, everybody that believes that the design that is there now, can you raise your hand or say yes or something, please?
You mean, but let's talk about the balcony or what, or the whole project?
No, the deck at the balcony, is it okay as presented, please?
Right.
Elijah,
Yes.
you're out, so, which is fine. So Don, yes? No?
Yes.
Bill?
I believe it does provide the privacy. Whether or not it satisfies the neighbor, I'd have to say no.
Claire?
Well, no, well, that was weird, Bill, by the way.
I know,
Any,
it's weird.
you know, I mean, this is we're here for this project. We're not here to protect the privacy of the neighbor. Sorry, that's not our job. So I think the deck is fine. You know,
okay,
and I think what the architect has come up with, it actually makes the deck very private for both the neighbor and for the owner.
And David?
Claire took the words out of my mouth. I think at some point privacy cuts both ways, and the proposed design solution provides, my understanding from listening to the board, provides that privacy. Because that same window, they're looking down on their yard and other things the neighbor are. So I'm aligned with Claire and Tip.
And to the point that you're willing to make a motion?
Yes,
And would you please be very clear about what that motion is, please?
sure. I'll make a motion.
It's on for preliminary.
Preliminary approval with the plans as submitted, and ask that the, what was, now I've lost.
Guest parking.
The guest parking, study the guest parking, and to provide documentation that the turnaround for the garage parking is adequate.
So just the guest parking, everything else is okay?
The guest parking and the garage turnaround.
Okay. Is there a second to that motion, please?
I will second
I'll
that
second
motion.
it.
Okay, so Don got in there first. Any further discussion, please? All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
And opposed, please?
Nay.
Thank you. Okay, so Beth, I am sure you know about the appeals process, but basically it's 10 days, which I believe is 5 o'clock, 1 week from this coming Monday. There's money, there's an application if you want to do it. Otherwise, we'll see you back here, Brett, with final drawings. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Item number 7. Sophie, are you here with us? Sophie? Can't hear you. There you are. How are you?
All right, we have plans up.
Okay, past, let's see, number 7. Minutes. Please. Okay, it's my turn to read. 7, those aren't the right,
Yeah, these are incorrect.
yeah, they're all the same. We can
Let's
read
get
any
the
set
right
of minutes.
minutes.
We don't care.
That was today's minutes, John.
From last meeting.
Yeah. Here, I can go back to.
You have them, Sophie?
I have the comments.
Why don't you read them to us?
Okay. Site visit and story poles are required. Set the second story back outside the rear setback. Re-steady fenestrations and roof lines.
Okay, thank you, Sophie, for doing that. Okay. There was a mix-up apparently with noticing and things like that. As a straw vote, I got there for a site visit. Anybody else drive by, walk on it?
I did too. I drove by.
Elida, yes, no?
No, I was unable to.
Dave?
Yes, I visited the site.
And Tip?
No, I did not.
Okay, so it sounds like about 4 of us got on there.
No,
Don?
Claire did it too.
Okay, so 5, Don, yes, no?
Joe.
Okay, so there were 5 of us, so that's pretty good. Sophie, can you, I think we're familiar with the project. It is over the FAR. She has a study that shows that. We've talked about that. I think we should look at the site plan, which shows the setbacks and the elevations. I think we can keep the thing moving. If anybody disagrees, please yell at me. So you want to go over, this is the first floor, just.
Now, I don't see that on my plan. I don't see it. Okay.
Do you see the site plan?
I don't see the
Sophie?
plan.
Your site plan is on the screen. Do you see it?
Hold on.
Click on your Zoom.
Click on your Zoom icon.
Click on your Zoom icon at the bottom.
How do I make it bigger? And then do this. Oh, it was a teeny little thing.
You're very good too.
Doesn't want to get bigger. Okay, I'm on a little micro screen, but we'll try. Okay. Okay, so we're talking about the hatched red section on the right of the page towards the back of the yard. That's what was changed from the first floor master bedroom to a game room, and then it's going up to a second floor addition. If you don't mind going to the drawing of proposed first floor plan. What should be, yep. Okay, so you see the game room, you see the stairs, that's leading up to the second floor. Now we'll go to the proposed second floor. Yep, that one. That's 635 square feet of addition.
And elevations, please.
These, yeah, proposed elevations. There's 2 sheets. There is also a separate file. I think it should be labeled A10. It has the story pool dimensions on it, as well as the story pool picture.
I don't see that. It's not in the set?
Kevin said it was separate from the set.
Yeah.
Kevin Bill,
It's not in the file.
Okay, well,
Well, what is it? Where are we?
could we share my screen?
No, we can see it. So the addition is on the left-hand side on the upper diagram.
Yeah,
and
okay,
the
so
lower right-hand side of the lower diagram.
the left side is the addition
Yeah.
of the north elevation.
Yeah.
Okay, and we're showing, okay, yeah. So the downstairs is the game room, and what we've done is we did pull back the second floor 2 feet 9 inches and created a little shed roof to break that up, to reduce the mass, and of course also to provide a little roof area. Can you zoom back out, please? Also wanted to show you that there on the opposite side, the right side of the page, that is the garage, and above is an ADU. So with our FARs, with the ADU square footage, we're at 130. But if you take off the ADU, we would be at 112.
What without it?
112, 112% of the FARs versus 130 with the ADU.
Okay, so we'll go with 112 then. Okay.
Okay. Could we go to the sections? Just so you know, the master suite on that, the first floor is 8.6. The second floor is 8 feet and vaulted. You see the sections in the upper section. There's a B in the upper corner. Actually, you meant one page. Section. Yeah, well, the first floor of the master is 8.6. The second is 8.0.
Are you done there, Sophie?
Do you want to see the FAR study?
No. We already looked at that the last meeting. And we
Okay,
said
so
it
the
was
only
okay.
other comment I have is from the San Leandro side of the house is that over the master bedroom on the second floor, we have a traditional gable roof. We dropped down, and you saw this last time, that the closets that extend closer towards San Leandro is a hip roof to soften and reduce some more mass. You can see that in that east elevation. Next to the chimney, that's the lower roof line, which is the closet area of the master bedroom second floor. If you go to the other elevations, you'd see it head on from the San Leandro side. Yeah, so the upper drawing, south corner, you see the hip roof on the second floor beyond.
So are you suggesting that you'd like to put a hip on the new addition?
The hip was already shown last time, and I think there was some of the board members, I don't know if I heard everyone voting on it, but they seemed like the hip roof coming forward was acceptable.
Okay. Are
That's
you
all.
done?
Good questions.
Are you done?
Yes.
Okay, so questions, Claire,
No questions.
Elida,
No questions?
Don,
One question, the roof that goes, the existing roof that dies into the future ADU, why didn't you just move that directly across instead of hipping that where the water has to go up against the AUD?
Yeah, Don, I appreciate that. If we looked at a roof plan of the house, you would see that the house sits proud of the garage and the ADU. The garage is actually detached and separated 10 feet away from the house. So I think we could look at a site plan and you can see that.
Go up there. There you go, Dave. Go to A7, Dave. A7.
You see how the garage is separated? There's only a
Yes.
foot between the two?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
that
Thank
it,
you.
Don?
That-
Bill,
thank you.
Yeah, Sophie, the second floor master bedroom, is that an open vaulted ceiling? Is that why it's gabled?
Correct. Correct.
Okay, all right, that was it. Thank you.
Tip,
Yes, is the ADU part of this application?
no,
No, it's a separate application. It goes directly into the building department, but we want the planner, Kevin Del Santos, wanted these to have both on there so that you can see them and also include it into the FARs. So you're aware of what's coming or what we're proposing.
Okay, thank you.
David,
No questions, John.
and I have no questions. Public comment, is there anybody attending this Zoom meeting that would like to address the board on item number 7, 1544 San Leandro Lane, please? Anybody?
Nobody has their hand up, John. I didn't receive anything.
Okay, thank you, Sharon. So I'll close public comment. Claire, comments, please.
I have no comments, John.
Elida,
No comment?
Don,
Well, only the mixing of gable and hips and so forth, but I trust Sophie's judgment here.
Bill,
Yeah, I am right on with John, with Don. Yeah, I'm not sure that the hip on the closet area, whatever that is in the front, is effective. It's certainly from the east elevation side. And I mean, did you have it originally as a gable and then we said do it hip?
Yeah, Bill, I'm sorry to say this, but you were the one person that said that I remember you saying that you thought it was okay. The hip was okay. It could be a gable or it could be a hip.
Yeah, I mean, the mix of them still kind of unusual, but again, you know, the fact
If the board wants to take a straw vote and they want it to be a gable, we can look at that too.
yeah, we'll see what the others say, but other than that, it's fine. Thank you.
Tip.
You know, it's kind of a modest edition, but I'm a little bit perplexed by the way all the windows. Can I see the other elevation? The one, the south, the other sheet. Yep, that one. I'm kind of perplexed by the way how all the new windows are places at the new wing, especially on that elevation, proposed north elevation. I thought we just randomly. I think it's a missed opportunity, and it's kind of killed the back elevation, especially have a game room downstairs. So I thought that definitely can be improved, and it doesn't go with the house. And number two, I definitely agree that the east elevation, the hip and the gable are really odd going together. It's just really too many movement that's unnecessarily, and I think that should be relooked. Thank you.
David.
I'm going to concur with the comments about the blend of the hip and the gable. And I'm just wondering if I prefer the hip roofs. It just settles the building down and reduces the mass. And if you could do an exposed hip ceiling in the master, that would be my preference. But going to the site today, I did feel very comfortable with the story poles, especially since the second floor was pulled back. And so mass, bulk, and scale, I can support the project based on the story poles and the fact that that's a generous rear yard setback.
Okay, you know, there's part of me that says it's a house that's been built over time that Bernard Maybeck got his hands on and did a few things here, and somebody else got their hands on it and did a few things, and you know, so it is not cohesive, I will say that, but I am not so sure it has to be. We are on for concept. I heard a couple people that really wanted a little bit further study of the fenestration and of the roof forms. So I don't think this project needs to get back to the full board. Maybe I'm wrong about that, but would somebody like to make a motion that can move this thing on? And Claire, do you think it's ready for preliminary final and consent? Anybody else? Or should this come back? Anybody? It's a big enough project, it should come back.
I think I could make a motion to continue it to preliminary and final on consent if you guys are comfortable with her coming back to restudy the upper floor roof at Petition and the fenestration on, I think, north and east elevation. Tip, would that cover your?
Yeah, so, you know, the way I see it, you know, the project is this wing here, and it had to do with the massing, had to do with the placement, the doors and window. That's pretty much the project. We're not looking at anything else.
No.
So because that's the project, I think that we should look at that, because that's, you know, what else are we looking at if not looking at the massing and the windows?
Right. So is that motion good?
Well, if I were Sophie, I'm not so sure I know what I would do.
Yeah.
You know, I think we need, I think she did what she thought we were asking her to do, and now we're asking her for something else. So I believe that that's true. Are you shaking your head yes, Sophie?
No, I'm a little concerned because, you know, everything is so long to get out. I think these doors and windows have already been ordered. And
Well,
that's not the board's problem or anything else. It's just something that, you know, that's happening.
I'm not opposed to the window and door position as much. I think the roof is probably the only thing I had a concern with, and whether it's, do we tell her to go to on the upper floor, all gables, or do we do the hip everywhere? The hip changes her concept of being able to do an open volume ceiling in the master is all, other than it being a hipped open ceiling.
Scissor trusses are amazing.
I'm not so sure it makes much difference, I must say.
Yeah, it is the back of the house off the street, pretty far back, so.
Right.
Maybe it's sufficient. Is everybody okay with it as it is?
I am willing to vote for it. I don't think it's will be at the front of her portfolio to show people, but you know,
okay.
It's back in the corner of the property. What can I say?
I'll make a motion for preliminary final.
No. It's on for concept.
Sorry, concept to come back for preliminary final.
I'll second that.
On consent.
On what? On what?
On consent for me.
Thank you.
Tip, are you okay with that?
Yeah, as you said it, you know, it's something that we probably don't want to spend any more time on this, so just let it go.
Okay, so there actually there is no motion because it's on for concept. So Sharon and Kimberly, do you know what to write in the minutes? The intent is to get it onto the consent calendar?
Yes, we do.
Okay, very good. So thank you, Sophie. Yes, go ahead.
Am I coming back preliminary final?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay, thank you, thank you.
Have it all. Have all the details and stuff.
Oh,
Bob,
yeah.
number 8, 110 Deerfield Road. Dave is recusing himself on this. So, Bob, are you there?
Yes.
And
Yeah,
we
hi.
did a site visit today. You want to go over stuff, please? Okay, so comments. Concerned that the plate height of the garage may be out of proportion with the other portions of the structure, suggest a lattice element over the garage or reduce the plate height. On the west elevation, consider more undulation in the wall face. Story poles are needed only at the 2 higher ridges. Mass bulk and scale seems to be going in the right direction, but need to see story poles first. Grading quantities are a concern. Encouraging balance on site. Will need to identify whether retaining walls will be required and how stormwater will be handled. Need to determine if grading walls can occur outside the building envelope prior to prior conditions of approval. West side of the structure looks like a different structure than the rest of the house. Work to bring it into conformance with the architecture and the rest of the site. So Bob, do you want to take us through it? We were out there today, or many of us were.
Yes, so thanks, John. Looking at sheet 1 and looking at the AXO drawing, I think that if the board remembers what you had looked at originally the last time we were there, what I'm calling Plan 1, we were hoping to be able to make an easy transition to do our grading outside of the building envelope. But we have given up that possibility and realized, of course, that we had to go through a recorded map modification to be able to alter the building envelope. And so what we've decided to do is a strategy in order to move the project along, because the owners of the house, owners of the project would like to move back here as soon as possible into this house, is to alter Plan 1 that I presented last week and have you guys look at Plan 2 here, which takes the building back inside the building envelope. So there is no final grading, no permanent grading outside the building envelope, except for the access from the street up to the motor court. And that is allowed in the conditions of approval, where grading outside the envelope is not. So basically what we can do here is leave the house at the elevation that it was previously looked at or close to it, and simply flop the garage around so we have the garage doors facing the motor court. And you can see that in the AXO drawing. But then you can see that to the left of the garage, there's a retaining wall, which will create a couple of extra parking places. And then the grade that is existing along that west side between the west line of the house and the property lines of the neighbors would remain ungraded upon. There would be a trash enclosure and a patio outside there, but they would be on grade and not involve grading. The east side that you see in the rendering here in the AXO would be all within the building envelope. And in fact, even the cabana and basketball court, sport courts that you see at the top of the drawing actually is set back from the building envelope because the county imposed a 50-foot buffer zone from something that is a mysterious factor that we don't yet know exactly why it exists. But I did, and you'll see this on the site plan that we will take a look at. So the rest of this sheet, which includes the building materials and colors and the light fixture, and the square footage remains the same. So we could go to the next, take a look at this. There's a light fixture, a hooded light fixture. So this is the topographic map. And you can see the building envelope, and you can see this 50-foot buffer that kind of loops down in the property. The developer doesn't remember what it is, and we haven't found out anything from the county yet because we have just recently been assigned a planner, and she has not looked into that yet. But it seems to me that it's related to earth slide or earthquake or earth movement of some kind. So you can see that the buffer zone dips into the building envelope at the left-hand side of the building envelope. So we are following the buffer zone and staying out of that buffer zone. So it's about, it comes about 10 feet in. So it looks like the building envelope was drawn before somebody decided they needed to lay in this buffer zone. So let's look at the next sheet. These are the photographs, and for those who weren't there today, the basic part of the site where the building envelope is about a 5% slope, and it's where we're proposing to do the building. We're not building on any of the slope that you see rising toward the east in that upper left north photograph. So next, please. So this drawing is a site plan that shows that we are operating within the building envelope for any grading, and the building envelope is delineated with a red line. And the conditions, as I said, do allow grading for a driveway from the street to the building envelope. And I am proposing here that we do some minimal grading here to allow the driveway to come from the street up to what would be a elevation of the building, which is set at the midpoint of the building envelope, midpoint in the north-south direction, north being to the left. And so if I'm not allowed to do any grading there, I'm sure I could have some retaining walls on either side of the driveway that would enable me to just stay within the context of the driveway without doing any peripheral grading. But what we have decided to do is, this seems kind of nonsensical and unrealistic, imposing this non-grading issue, because we're not on a steep slope. We're not dealing with any kind of a dangerous soil condition or topography. And so we are going to apply for a recorded map modification for the original design. But coincidentally, while we go through that process of the modification, I can proceed with the working drawings, hopefully, if we get preliminary, for the house itself. And because I went through a map modification a couple of years ago, and it was, I believe, a 7-month process. And I think it would be unfair to these folks to have them sit around for 7 months while this paperwork sits at the county. So the thing that we are able to do here is proceed with the basic drawings for the house, the structural and all the technical aspects of it. And then we will eventually have a hearing with the Planning Commission. And if we are able to be successful and go back to Plan 1, then all I really have to do is flop the garage and bring it back to where the garage doors would enter off the west side of the building. And I would be able to grade the for the driveway along that side. We would also hopefully be able to go into the 4-to-1 slope that is on the east side and grade that back a little bit to give a little more level area between the house and the toe of the hillside slope. And we should be able to do that and still stay out of this buffer zone, making an assumption here that we maybe are going to be able to modify the envelope, but we're not the grading an envelope, but maybe we aren't going to be able to modify this buffer zone. That's more of an unknown at this time. But basically then in terms of the difference between this plan and the original plan you looked at a couple of weeks ago, is I've turned the garage doors around so they face the motor court. I have kept the pool and the cabana and the sport court out of the buffer zone, and I have raised the sport court so it's doesn't require a huge retaining wall all the way around it. We can grade outside the envelope, but then we have to put the dirt back because the condition of approval says that remedial grading outside the building envelope is fine. So I'm assuming that from that language is that we can do the grading necessary to build a retaining wall and to get access to the building, but then we have to put the dirt back the way it is to the elevations that are presently on the existing topography map. So I think that describes that sheet. Could we go to the next sheet, please? So this sheet shows the elevations and of the floors and of the grading that we would do within the envelope. And this is an interesting situation because, as I mentioned last time, we have a terrible soil condition there. It's extremely expansive. And the engineer originally recommended we tear out all the dirt and replace it with new soil, but I don't think that's realistic. We'd be talking about hundreds of truckloads. So basically, we're going to go to a caisson, grade beam, and structural slab foundation and try to retain the existing soil that is there. And in so doing, I get down to 800 cubic yards of removal and recompaction on the site. So we can really keep the soil that we have there and regrade and solve the structure of the house with the foundation work. Next slide, please. This is a roof plan, and it also shows the site drainage. And I showed the site drainage and the gutters and the downspouts here because, given the soil condition, we don't want to leave any surface water next to the foundation if we can. And so I'm showing a pretty complete drainage system. Next slide, please. So this is the floor plan. The floor plan has not changed. There are minor refinements, but basically it's the same footprint with the same square footage. Reconfigured the cabana to get it out of the buffer zone. And you can see on this plan the dotted line for the buffer zone that dips into the building envelope. Next slide, please. So the upstairs remains the same, and I did switch bedroom 3, I believe. Let's see, can I read that? Bedroom 2. I did flop that because, as you can see from the next slide, I think that it improved that west elevation that there was some comment about. There it is, the west elevation. And so what I will do here, I have a tall wall there because that's the existing grade that you see sloping up. So I would do a vertical window like I'm proposing to do on the end of the garage and do a spandrel behind it. And it's a little tricky, but it's I think an effective look in mitigating the look of that elevation. So I think I've made an effort here to try to do a more cohesive elevation there that is more consistent maybe with the rest of the house. So there's really, so on the upper elevation, the east elevation, you can see the garage doors. But blocked somewhat by the guest house. And then to the right, you can see there's a retaining wall and there is the cabana. Next slide, please. So the only drawing that's really different on this page is the south elevation. So you can see the slopes that we are dealing with here. We're seeing the high point of the grading that is where the driveway comes in on axis with the entrance doors, and then it slopes off to the left and to the right. So I don't have a landscape plan because this is concept, and
Right.
so I hope that I can come back in another couple of weeks or 2 or 3 weeks, and Sam will do another revised landscape plan. And but I think I've given enough information in regard to plan 1 that I can easily make applicable to this plan 2. And with the addition of a landscape plan, I think we qualify for preliminary review. So that's my presentation.
Thank you, Bob. Elida, questions?
No.
Tip?
I have no questions. Thank you.
Don?
No questions.
Bill?
Yeah, Bob, just to kind of run through it, I'm sure you're going to do this. It's pretty much traditional iron railings and steel sash windows and doors. And are you like on the west elevation, are you doing divided light windows and doors there? Are those, and same with the east side, are those all going to be divided light? Are they single pane? What's the theme?
Well, the material list is there under the east elevation, obviously red tile roof, plaster, Santa Barbara sandstone, and iron doors and windows. They, we need to probably have them be thermally braked, dual glazed. They do like the idea of steel. I do know that the steel business has gone crazy, but we have a good provider lined up. And the doors from the family room, which you see there to the right, I would not do breakups and keep them just single light. And but other doors or other doors and windows will be divided lights, and they're probably about 2.8 square, 3 feet to 36 to 28 to 24 inches squares.
And your balcony railings will be iron?
Well, the balcony railing that I'm showing here probably would be glass, would be the one balcony railing on the elevation. I'm showing it as a glass rail.
Okay, all right. That was all. Thank you.
Claire?
Yeah. What are you proposing for the material of these? Maybe they're 30 inches, 3 feet walls that seem to kind of pop up everywhere.
Well, I'm showing here CMU that is plastered.
Just a CMU plastered wall.
Garden walls, right?
Oh, yeah, no, that's why I'm asking. I mean, obviously they're in the garden, but I was wondering what you're proposing for those walls.
I know the owner would like to have like 1.5 inch stone veneer, but I don't know if that's in the budget. If it is in the budget eventually, that might happen on some of them.
Yeah, I mean, that's the direction that I was trying to push you in, is to come up with just something that was compatible with the experience at the house, so that we just don't have some, just ordinary cement walls, but, just keep looking in that direction.
Sure, no problem.
You done, Claire?
Yeah.
Can we go back to the site plan option 1, please? That says I don't know which page it is. It's right up at the top.
It's right at the front. It's page 1.
And can you zoom in on that? I need a plan, not a perspective, please.
It's either 4.
4. Give me 4.
4B, 4C.
So, and then the next one, please. Bob, I was under the impression that you were trying to run the driveway the length of the building. I don't see that here. Very quickly, what's the substantive difference between scheme 1 and scheme 2, please?
Well, this scheme here, if you look at the lower right-hand corner, you'll see garage finished floor at 131.2.
Yeah.
And then if you look directly below that at the existing grade line, which just disappeared off my screen.
Whatever, yeah.
It's like 127.
So 4 feet. And what's the other one?
So on scheme 1, plan 1, what I did was build a retaining wall out about 3 feet from the existing property line wall that is part of the folks' property, that the 3 houses that are along that west line. So I don't want to surcharge that wall. So I had a separate wall about 3 feet in from that wall that would accommodate the differential in the existing grade from my finished grade, because my garage then would have been at 131. So my wall is about my retaining wall opposite the entrance to the garage doors on scheme 1 would be about 4 feet high with a curb.
Okay, thank you very much. Anybody, one last question, or we go to public comment, public questions? Okay, is there anybody in the attending this meeting that would like to address the board on item 8, 110 Deerfield Road, please? Anybody?
There's nobody here.
Okay, thank you. Close public comment. So Elida, comments about this project, please.
Having seen it just for the first time today, what a remarkable sight. I mean, it's going to be a winner.
So, okay. Tim.
I think it's yeah. I'm seeing it today for the first time too, and I don't have any problem or issue with the house as designed and as presented. Thank you.
Don.
I think it's a very good solution and a home that really belongs on that site.
Bill?
Yeah, no, I like what you got going, Bob. I would say the devil will be in the detail. I'm a little unsure about how that glass rail will look, but I'm anxious to see how you detail it. And I should have asked this in the question period, but are you saying that maybe later you might end up putting those garage doors on the opposite side back the way they were originally? Or not? That you're set with this plan as it is? Is that right?
That bill is the goal. In other words, if we go through like we're planning to do, if we go through this map modification and we're successful, then we would flop the garage and we would be able to do a retaining wall and grading there along the back, raise that elevation so it worked, and then had a little more room on the east side, and you know, do a little sensible grading in the outside the envelope that will help facilitate a nicer place to live.
Would you be shifting the whole house?
No.
Because do you have enough distance to back out of those doors in?
I do.
You do? Okay.
I do.
Looks tight, that's all. Okay.
Well, it's not overly generous, but it is like 24 feet.
Is it? Okay. All right. Okay, great. Thanks.
Thanks.
Yeah, looks good.
Claire?
Thank you.
Claire?
I don't have any comments. I think this is going to be a lovely house and exactly where it belongs, in a lovely environment. I mean, I actually drove around, whatever that whole place is called after everybody left. And it's really it would be a lovely place to live. So, and I think this house is going to fit in just fine with the total environment there. And I'll be anxious to see what we're going to do with trees and shrubs and things, which is my world.
All right.
I believe that the architecture did come a nice distance forward, particularly that west elevation. So if I understand this correctly, and I'm not even sure at this point I do, I'll be quite honest about that. If the garage doors flip to face to the west, if you were successful, I am concerned that we're bringing the driveway very close to the property line, and on this very large site, I'm having a hard time trying to figure out why we want to do that. So it would seem to me that we would want to make sure that that's not hugging the west property line, that there's really sufficient landscaping. Yes, we were on the site. Yes, the building next door is fairly far away from the property line, but you know, I just good neighbors. So, but I think we can work that out maybe in the next time when we have comments to the planning commission about that. Bob, if you want to come back for preliminary drawings, you need to bring in preliminary drawings. Now, you've been a little shy on that as on a couple projects here. So if you could do, you know, no excuses, Bob. So, you know, real drawings that are really preliminary, that are really well worked out, that, you know, so, and then we can give you preliminary, but that may be a little bit. So is that fair with everybody? We have no motion today because it's concept. Anything else?
Well, I would definitely recommend that you take your recommendation, Mr. Watson, of developing actually working drawings, the beginnings of working drawings.
Right.
You know, as around as opposed to other pretty pictures, and that they actually come back for the recommendation is to come back for preliminary. We don't have to deal with size, bulk, and scale anymore. We've kind of worked it out. Obviously, the grading, but that comes to the grading department. So I think that my recommendation would be that the applicant return for preliminary.
I'm fine with that. Is everybody else?
Yes.
Okay, I just want to see a real set of drawings, Bob, if you know what I mean. So, thank you very much. Nice job. Let's keep moving forward. Number 9, again, Bob Easton, 627 Stone Meadow Lane. If everybody remembers, that was the minor changing some lights and eave details and things like that. So it is here for both preliminary and final comments from our minutes. Nice project. Provide information on grading. There was a memo that said the plans comply with the ordinance. And so, Bob, go, please.
Is it?
Yeah, thanks. So,
clarification, is it Green Meadow Lane or Stone Meadow?
Stone Meadow Lane.
Oh, did I mispronounce that? Stone Meadow Lane. My apologies.
On your title block, Bob, it says Green Meadow Lane.
it says what? I'm sorry, Bill.
Green Meadow.
Green Meadow on your title blocks there.
Oh, my God. Well, Green Meadow Lane is the road that goes off of
Comes off of
Picacho Lane, and then Stone Meadow goes off of that. You've got my associate architect, Charles Collins, who's been with me for like 25 or 30 years, is dealing with a family situation back in New York. And so he has been working remotely with his laptop. And so we can cut him a little slack there. I didn't catch that, but.
Well, I mean, actually, Stone Meadow is just like an offshoot of, I mean, I know this neighborhood. I've done 2 projects here, so it's all in the same area. It's both all of it's off of Picacho. And then it's, you drive along Greenmail and then you turn right or left onto Stone. So but I don't, it's not something that anybody needs to be, get your guy to fix it before you come back.
Yeah, it was a good catch there, and I didn't catch it, but because who looks at the title? I don't look at title blocks. But anyway.
So I think as chairman, I have had the opportunity to review this. I think, Dave, you can go through these drawings with reasonable quickness. We've already looked at them. If everybody remembers that project.
Yeah, no, it's a great project. I think it just needs to get moved on right away.
So we provide, I think the only one thing I was going to add, John, is we did provide construction details for the items mentioned, were covered last time at the meeting, and I mentioned this agenda, like the renovation of the remodel of the front door, the stone veneer, the barbecue counter, and we've added details. So we have construction details for those to make the plans look more complete and make them more complete. So
Bill Wolf, did you have a chance to review those?
I did, and they look pretty complete to me, doors and
And I also had a chance to review them, and they look good to me as well. So
I reviewed the landscape plan that was in this package, which seems to be appropriate for what's going on here. So I'm ready to move it along.
Okay, so let me not do a formal roll call. Is there anybody that would like to ask a question of Bob on this project, please?
any landscape lighting?
The landscape design is something that I haven't reviewed carefully. It is probably not anything that we have right now. I know that there is a future desire from the owners to do an ADU on the property, and that would alter the landscape plan, but the pool and the retaining wall that is shown around the backyard where the pool goes is all pretty much worked out on that landscape plan. And I don't know if there's any landscape lighting that has been shown right now. Sorry about that. I can't say.
Well, could Dave, can you keep scrolling down and see if we've got a lighting plan that's
No, there isn't one.
There isn't one. Okay.
Just condition it without landscape lighting. And you can come back.
Yep. Okay, so any other questions, please?
Yes, was the grading clarified? Did I miss that?
Bob?
Grading, what was left in that backyard was an old like reflecting pool or fish pond with a bunch of boulders, kind of a hokey design that had some mounds and some dangerous situations. And the owners have some small children that tend to play there, and they deemed that it was dangerous, so they flattened it all out. So it's basically just it's just flat soil right now. So it'll be turned into a swimming pool and a nice backyard here eventually. But for right now, it's been any dangers that would happen there because of that, because of what was there, have been mitigated.
Well, I'm looking at the plan. It looks like you have retaining walls now here. Is that correct?
Yeah, there'll be some retaining walls, and
yeah, but I think you mean the Dave, you mean the couple of little walls that go around the lawn?
Yes. I think that was the concern last time around, was the grading and the height of those walls.
I know, but those walls are only about 2 to 3 feet tall.
yeah, they don't even need to be permitted.
Yeah, that's why I'm trying to.
Well, that's why I was asking. Our comment from last time was to clarify the grading, so I thought it would be important to clarify that those are low walls.
Yes,
and the grading has been clarified, which wasn't there last time.
Oh, got it. I see. Okay, I get it. Okay, yeah, those walls are, and I can attest to probably every site on Stone Meadow Lane is flat. Everybody, I mean, they're all flat,
Very flat.
Yeah, well, pretty flat, but I mean, they're
Any
just
other
big walls.
questions, please? Anybody? Okay, so public comments. Is there anybody attending this Zoom conference that would like to address the board on item number 9, 627 Stone Meadow Lane, please? Anybody?
John, thank you.
Okay, I'll close public comment. Again, let's be a little loose on this. It's a fairly simple project, I think. Any comments that people want to make? Yay, nay?
No, I
Yay.
think it's fine.
Looks good to me.
David, are you okay with it?
Yes, yeah, it's a nice
Okay.
project.
So we're on for preliminary final. Finally, there's actually an actionable item. So would somebody like to make a motion, please?
Well, do we, I mean, and actually, I'm going to refer this back to you, John. Do you and I think it was Bill said that you looked at
I
the.
did. Yeah, they looked
So,
okay.
so does it have, we have everything that we need for final approval?
Bill?
Yes, yeah.
I agree. I think so too.
Okay, well then, so I'll make a motion for preliminary final approval.
I'll second that.
Any further discussion, please?
With the exception of noting that there's no exterior lighting to be proposed at this point.
With the note that there's no existing lighting being approved at this time, or being reviewed or approved at this time.
Yeah.
All those in favor, please?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Thanks, Bob. Okay, so
Thank you, guys.
item number 10, 630 Hot Springs Road. Okay, so Dave, I don't remember there being minutes in that folder. Do you?
Was that in our the ones we approved today? Maybe.
No.
I've got them if you want me to read them.
Yes, please do.
Okay. Hold on. Now that I've said that.
First of all, is Robert or Don? Or...
Don
and Robert are here.
They're both.
I am here.
Okay, so I'll
Robert.
read it. Significantly reduce the landscape lighting, particularly the path and tree lights. Relocate driveway to ensure the easternmost edge is set back a minimum of 15 feet from the eastern property line.
Okay, the site lighting is on PDF page 20 to 24.
It's Rob Madej is here. He can go over that with you.
Can we go a different sequence, John?
Yes, of course.
Okay, why don't we describe what happened with the road first? Dave, if you can find the architectural sheet A1.1, it's down about 20 of the sheets. We first have landscape drawings and then the civil drawings and then the architectural package. And A1.1 is the best plan to go over the relocation.
Down,
yeah.
A little up.
Like right here.
There you go.
Okay, Robert, why don't you go over what happened there, and you'll need the right side of the screen of the.
Okay,
site.
so if you can zoom into the northwest corner of the lot.
Northwest or northeast?
Northeast. Sorry. I'm dyslexic, it happens.
None of
Okay,
us know
so
where we are.
as we talked about last week, we wanted to increase the landscaping between the road and the neighbor. And we came up with a dimension of 15 feet, which everyone seemed to be happy with. So we moved the road over. If you zoom into the cabana, you can see we moved the cabana over approximately 5 feet. The red line is where the cabana was, and we can see how we moved it over.
Oh, good. Okay.
We also had to move some other stuff because of center lines and that sort of stuff. I don't think we need to go into that, but ultimately we got the 15 feet of area for landscaping, and Rob Madej is going to go over the extensive landscape plan for that area.
Extensive or expensive?
Both.
Yeah.
What sheet, Rob, please?
Yeah,
Well,
L2.1.
Sure. let's
Or
through
go
that.
ahead, Don. Do you want to
We-
do you want to talk
Well,
about
John,
the
we
site
have
planning here
details to
first?
go over too on A sheet 5.1 and 5.2.
I think we went over them, didn't we?
Sure.
Okay. Up, David.
Hey, by
it's
the
at
way,
the
sorry,
beginning of the set.
Rob Madej, this is Cheryl Lowan, and hi, you all. Thank you so much. Gosh, when I heard the expensive part just now, I was like, wait, what? How come I don't know about that? So thanks a lot, you guys. No.
You're welcome.
Anyways, go, Rob. Nice to see you.
Yeah, so I'm still not sure. Don, are you hopping into your details, or are we going to go through the
I
planting
think we're okay
changes?
with the details. If they
Okay,
have questions
very
again,
good.
we can go back. Why don't you?
Yeah,
just
so I think that probably the best way to handle this, we've created a dedicated sheet for this area. If we go to L2.1, you're at L40 now. But essentially what's happened is we've increased the number of Brisbane boxes in that area, just in the corner of this, what we're seeing in this area from 8 to 10. We've increased the size of those trees from 36-inch box to 60-inch box. We're able to, with the adjustment of the Cabana, sneak another 72-inch coast live oak in that area. So in a way, that extra 5 feet actually bought us quite a bit of additional screening and room for some trees to grow to some more of a mature height. We were also able to sneak in an additional mature ficus hedge on the backside of the Cabana. And if you scroll down a little lower on this sheet, we prepared a really quick, call it section elevation of what this property line looks like from the adjacent property to the east. So if you zoom out a little bit, just trying to give you a little sense of what the sight lines are and what is visible at the end of the day. So in the foreground, you'll see our 12 to 15 foot hedge, which is already in place. You can see the dashed lines at the top of the Cabana through there, and then grayed out beyond, which I think is fair considering the distance of the roof from the property line. You can see the structure beyond, but you can also see the tops of the Brisbane boxes and the coast live oaks layered and staggered throughout, which create a very nice kind of landscape canopy through that space. Beyond that, we also reduced the lighting quantities significantly. I think we're somewhere around 207. We're now down to about 134. We've removed all tree lights, and we've removed all of the site lighting around the fire access road around the perimeter. So now the majority of lights that we have are kind of safety and pathway lightings more than anything else. So if we want to flip through those sheets, I'm happy to talk you through that. But I think the big changes, of course, there's a drastic reduction in the numbers, and now it's really just about pathway illumination and safety. But essentially, any landscape lighting around the perimeter has been removed.
Is that okay? That was PDF 20, around 20, 22, 24.
This is 20 that we're looking at right
Yeah,
now.
so
Is
if
that
you
the
scroll-
only lighting plan that we have to look at?
No, so due to the size of the site, we've got 4 quadrants here. So we're looking at the house quadrant.
okay.
And if we flip through, we can flip through them all, of course.
Should I
go
start on
down.
this one, or do they go up or down? It's hard for me to tell.
Yeah, it's hard for me to tell from here. It's just to pick a direction. Okay,
20
yeah, so
is the
essentially,
highest, go down, 20, 21, 22, 23.
Okay.
Thank you. It's
Okay,
hard to
here
see
we
from
go.
here.
Here's
But
all.
what you'll notice here is an absence of lights along the fire access road, whereas
Yeah.
previously we had them staggered every 30 or 40 feet along the fire road. And you can see some modest path lights just at the entryway that will probably, considering the depth of that driveway from the road edge, it's fairly insignificant. And we've removed all the lights along the perimeter, and you can see we still have a few staggered every, call it, 75 feet or so along pathways for illumination.
And those are all whatever.
Yep, exactly.
They're all pathway lights.
No tree lights, no down lights, just shielded path lights and integrated step lights or wall lights into the architecture.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. That one's solved. Okay.
Bill Wolf. Did you get a chance to look at the details on this?
I did, yeah. It looked like they got them all complete. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought they had them last time, actually. So, okay, so are you done with your presentation?
I think so.
Okay.
Yes.
Members of the board, questions? Claire?
No questions.
Elida?
Well, did you go from too many lights to 0 lights intentionally? I mean, some downlighting in some of these beautiful specimen trees, I think would be wonderful at night. That's a statement. That's not even a question.
Yes, that's correct.
I'll leave it at that. Okay.
Okay, we'll leave it at that.
Don?
No questions.
Tip?
No questions.
David?
No questions, John.
Bill?
No question.
And I have no questions. Is there anybody attending this Zoom meeting that would like to address the board on item number 10, 630 Hot Springs Road, please?
No,
Anybody?
thank you.
I'll close public comment. So back to the board for comments. Claire?
I just want to say thank you for the work that Don and all helpers, what your office did. And what a great response. You know, I mean, thank you for doing what you did. And I'm ready to make a motion.
Well, let's go through everybody. Elida?
I know.
My comment was posed as a question, so no comment.
Don?
Great job. Thank you.
Tip?
No further comments. Thank you.
David?
Yeah, good job on responding to the issues. I think it looks good.
Bill?
Yeah, looks great. I do have one quick thing. It's not a question more than anything else on your details of the even rake. Are you going to put a little molding up in the top there, or are you just going to keep it square and simple like you show? If you go to
It's
A5,
way down, Dave.
it's 56, 56. It doesn't matter either way. I'm just more curious than anything.
And in which detail?
Detail 1 or 2, 1 and 2. We have
Yeah,
any-
well, it's a real simple design. We just create a little drip edge there with the fascia board and just a little, simple box.
So you don't add any molding underneath that or anything?
No, and
Okay. All right. Okay, that's it. Thanks. Looks good.
And I have nothing either. Would somebody like to make a motion, please?
Yes, I would love to make a motion for final approval
As submitted?
as submitted.
Is there a second, please?
I'll second that.
Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Good job, Don. Good job, Rob.
Thank you for your
Good job,
guidance
Rob.
throughout. Appreciate it.
Beautiful, beautiful project.
Oh,
I
yeah,
mean,
it's going to be
yeah.
remarkable.
Thank you,
Okay.
guys. This is Cheryl. I really appreciate all your hard work, everybody on the 630 team and all of you guys. Geez, thank you so much. We're really excited to move forward.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there a motion for adjournment, please? Is
So moved.
there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And it's
Thank
only
you all.
4:30, you guys. Hey, it's only 4:30.
Well, you can stay on for another hour, Claire, if you want.
No, I don't think so.
Thank you. Thank you, Dave.
All right, thank you.
Good job.
Thank you.
Night, everyone.
Thank you all.
Thanks, John.
bye. Thank you all.
John.